Hey guys, it's me. How are you? It's great to be awesome. Good morning. We're doing fun stuff. We're just getting going. I'm just setting out the last little updates on social media to let everybody know that we're live. And yeah, great stuff. How are you guys today? Raining, Twitch, YouTube. Sorry, I have to hashtag all of this shit by, like every single time I do it myself. So I'm just trying to get it all squared away. Just bear with me one more moment here. I think that's it. Oh, I want this one. There it is. Post. Alright, we posted it. That was the last thing we needed to do. Just waiting for this to post. Cross post one more time, and I gotta fill some out, and then we'll be done. Almost there. How are you guys today? What's going on? You guys ready for the reading? I'm excited. I'm gonna wait for a few people to come on. Holy, we're at 681 followers this morning? Holy shit, I got a lot to do. 1 second here. Let's see, a day ago. Antiseptic Calcoho, Criscon, LHM, BBQ Juiced Ma, Gentlean, Ghost, Aunt Toys, Andre Santin, Brodel, Kenneth Jackson, High Risk Hat, and Avenging Bala. Thanks for being awesome with us. Thanks for joining yesterday. Holy cow. Jesus. 681 follows today. Thank you. You guys are fucking amazing. Every single one of you. I can't even. So goddamn cool. Bam, there it is. I've posted in all the places. And that's a huge thing. All right. Well, that's great. Okay, there we go. We're all announced everywhere, which is neat. We're let's see, what do we got? We got a few housekeeping things we want to do. We're gonna go like this. OST will give you the sounds that you're currently enjoying now, and I see you guys over there on YouTube as well. So thank you so much for stopping by. OST, there you go. We listen behind our reading to Ambient Wonders on YouTube, which is a huge deal. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. That's what I'm going to say about that. Ambient Wonders is great for listening to, you're having a bad day, you're not rested, maybe you're having a good day, maybe you just want some inspiration, maybe you want to take a shower and sound like you're being serenaded by the baritone choir. Whatever it is that you want to do, Ambient Wonders is there for you. That rhymes. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, check it out. The Ambient Wonders is great. It's provided by Installation00. He comes by and hangs out in the Discord all the time, which you can find a link to there. It's a permanent link. It should work. If it doesn't work, let me know. But Ambient Wonders, it's literally the best. I play it all the time. This is my favorite one. I've listened to them all. They're all good. This is my favorite. That's why we stream to it. It's kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. I need to change my jacket and my hat, and then we're gonna get reading, huh? Isn't that what we do around here? On Thursdays? I think that's what we do on Thursdays. Jacket. Hat. Hat. Jacket. There we go. We got our jacket on now. Poor people had to look at my... show off a tiny bit of my belly on accident while I'm putting on my stuff. Let's try let's see if we can try a bit of a different view for reading. So you guys get a better look at me while I'm reading the book. Put my little oddball skull faced out the right way. Come on, oddball skull. La la la. La la la. La la la. La 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 la. Alright, there we go. We got about a minute in the, about 1 minute left in the, before we go wild. We're running an ad at the moment. Sorry, boys and girls. 1 second. All right. All right, you guys ready for this? I'm ready if you're ready. I have set the mood. I have placed the, I wish I had more of this Coca-Cola. I don't, unfortunately, have any more Coca-Cola, and that makes me the sad. All right, here we go. So check it out. We've got coffee. We've got we've got YouTube. We've got Twitch. 681 followers this morning. Holy shit, 58 subs. Our stretch goal is 70. Usually we run 80, but it automatically set us at 70. And that's what we're going for. If we can get to 80 today, that'd be great. If we can get to 100, that'd be great. I'll tell you what. If we get to 100 subs, or if I get $100 in bits cheered, then we'll I'll do a stream where I wear only the armor. Okay? When I get to 1,000 1,000 follows, I'll do an entire stream where I wear only the armor. Anyway, pretty cool stuff. We're going to read some, and then we'll talk about what's coming. Okay? I got to turn my heart rate on. Where are you guys to remind me of this shit before I get going? Starties. There we go. Started. We're started. Perfect. Here we go. Oh, at some point today in the massive reading, we will experience a some sort of uncomfortable sex scene I've been warned about. I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to enjoy it together. So we'll see how that works. I hope you're ready for it. That was the disclaimer. I might turn the red light on for the stream. And for when we get there, you know, change the mood, play some different music. We'll see. It might just come upon us. That's a joke. Might just come upon us naturally, and we just progress through it and grind our way through that portion of the of the story. Oh my god. Sometimes I crack myself up. I bet you guys just heard that. I'm sorry. And anyway, here's the bookmark. We always put the bookmark up before we start reading so that someday I will be able to go back and edit these into a place where you can listen to them all. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Here we go. It's Contact Harvest. Chapter 19. Harvest, February 22nd, 2525. News of Gladsheim's destruction traveled fast, much more quickly than the few hours it took Avery's container to make its way across the Ida and up the Bifrost. By the time the container eased into Utgard, most of the planet knew what the aliens had done and what would surely happen again. Captain Ponder had been in contact with Lieutenant Commander Alsigny throughout the journey. She told them Utgard, already packed with close to 200,000 full-time residents, was quickly overflowing with refugees from small settlements in the Vigrond. Avery had expected to find a mass of humanity inside the depot, but the container shed adjacent to the anchor for the Tiara's middlemost strand was largely empty, at least as far as humans were concerned. Every empty space inside the massive warehouse was packed with busy Jotuns. Jumping down from the container's yawning door, Avery was shocked by the variety of machines. There were dozens of the familiar yellow and black loaders carrying light green plastic bins labeled food and water and blankets. As they sped their emergency supplies to the waiting containers, swerved to avoid one another with precise last-minute timing, the loaders' large wheels squealed loudly on the shed's smooth polycrete floors, leaving faint black rubber skids. But there were also Jotun models Avery had never seen before. Triangle-treaded supervisory units and spider-like maintenance all-in-ones. The latter scurried all around the containers, checking for surface faults and repairing them with short, blinding blasts from their integrated welders. One of the collection of tools attached to flexible booms equipped with grasping claws. As the Marines and their recruits headed for the shed's exit between the two container rows, they kept their helmets on and shoulders hunched. The all-in-one's breakneck labor was creating unavoidable cascades of sparks, and no one wanted to get burned. Outside the depot, Avery loaded into a waiting flatbed Warthog with Dawes, Jenkins, Forcell, and the rest of 1A recruits. As they pulled into what Avery thought was heavy traffic, he realized all of the civilian sedans and haulers packing the boulevard were empty. Some still had their engines running, others sat with doors wide open. But the only other vehicles actually driving on the road were blue and white patrol sedans from Utgard's constabulary. These had their roof lights flashing and PA speakers blaring, "Please remain calm, stay inside the mall until further notice, please remain calm." As the Warthog weaved through the abandoned cars north along the mall, Avery saw a park was even more packed than it had been during the solstice celebration, but the tenor of this crowd was much different. There was none of the mixing and mingling that the celebration music and alcohol licensed food stalls had encouraged. Just a single silent huddle. Even the color of the crowd had changed. Gone were the bright pastels of the picnickers' semi-formal attire. Now the mall's lawns were choked with dirty denim and faded cotton. The lieutenant commander hadn't mentioned any civilian unrest, but here and there, Avery saw constables on foot patrol. The officers wore helmets and riot plating over their light blue uniforms. Some even carried humbler stun devices and clear plastic shields. As the Warthog approached the Parliament, Avery noted that the Charlie squads had reinforced the main gate with an S-curve of sandbag berms. The militiamen seemed jumpy. Their eyes were locked on the mall with their hands wrapped tight around their MA5s. "Keep an eye on him," Avery said to Forcell as the Warthog came to a stop at the top of the Parliament's curved drive. He nodded towards Jenkins, who had already dismounted and was slinking away, headed down toward a line of canvas tents the militia had erected in the Parliament gardens. "Don't let him do anything stupid." Jenkins hadn't spoken to anyone since they left Gladsheim, since he'd yelled at Avery. He wasn't angry anymore, just deeply depressed. Avery doubted the recruit would really do something as crazy as take his own life, but Jenkins had just lost his entire family, and Avery wasn't willing to rule anything out. Forcell nodded, shouldered the padded rectangular bag that held his scope and Jenkins' BR-55, and followed quickly after his fellow marksman. "Round up your squad leaders," Captain Ponder said, approaching with Byrne and Healy from the second flatbed Warthog. "We'll debrief as soon as I'm done with Thune." As the captain mounted the Parliament steps, he paused, leaned against the granite railing, and clutched his chest. Healy stepped quickly to his side, but Ponder waved him off. The corpsman had strongly suggested the captain not take part in Gladsheim's evacuation, knowing any exertion would only worsen his injuries. Ponder had, of course, told Healy exactly where he could stick his suggestions, but now, watching the captain pretend not to struggle up the steps, Avery knew he was paying for the decision to go on this mission with his men. "Hable, you read me?" Avery growled into his throat mic. "Yes, Staff Sergeant," the 1C squad leader replied from the ballroom balcony. "We all clear?" "Hard to tell. Crowd on the mall's pretty thick." After years of fighting the insurrection, Avery had become pretty good at assessing a crowd's intentions, whether it would remain peaceful or erupt. He could tell that right now the people in the mall were too stunned to storm the Parliament and take their anger out on the government that had left them so poorly protected, and now had the gall to keep them herded like animals. But it was exactly this fear that had prompted Governor Thune to order the 2 Charlie squads to guard the Parliament, while the rest of the militia went to Gladsheim. Avery, on the other hand, knew the real threat was still hanging in low orbit. "Put Wick in charge and come down," he ordered Hable, "and tell him to look up." Byrne had a similar comm exchange with Anderson's 2C squad leader, and a short while later the 2 staff sergeants and their 6 seconds in command were all gathered inside the Parliament's limestone pillared lobby. While they waited for Ponder to return, Avery recapped how they wounded the gold-armored alien. Then Byrne, who'd had a better view, described how Mac's dusters had hammered into the alien dropship, crushing it into the vineyard. These victories hardly made up for the day's thousands of civilian casualties, but Byrne's colorful, curse-laden account of the dropship's fiery tumble gave everyone an excuse to share some laughter at the enemy's expense. Avery's compad rattled inside his assault vest. He extracted the device and read the text message from Ponder. "You and Byrne, Thune's office now." Avery showed the comm to Byrne. Then, with the squad leader's laughter petering out behind them, they bound up the staircase to the Parliament's second floor. The governor's office was located at the back of the building. The middle office, in a long hallway of suites reserved for Harvest 24 parliamentarians. But other than a few anxious staffers, the high-ceilinged hall was quiet. The Marine boots echoed loudly on its marble floor. Inside the foyer of Thune's office were 2 constables posted on either side of the frosted glass interior door. Both wore riot armor, but no helmets, and cradled M7 submachine guns in their arms. One of the constables glared at the staff sergeant's weapons on the table, he said, jerking his jutting chin at the empty desk of Thune's personal secretary. Governor's orders. Byrne shot Avery an irritated glance, but Avery shook his head. Not worth it. Just so you know, Byrne said, with the thickening brogue, I count my bullets. He unshouldered his battle rifle, yanked his M6 pistol from his holster, and set both weapons on the table next to Avery's. He flashed a defiant smile. They'd all better be here when I get back. The constables stepped back nervously, letting Byrne and Avery push through the door. Thune's office was fan-shaped, becoming wider the deeper it went. The curved western wall was covered with a large, hollow still of Utgard in the early days of the colony. In the picture, a young man stood beside the foundation of one of the towers, now lining the mall, which, according to the still, was then just a muddy strip used to park Jotuns. The tall but still overweight body was grinning ear to ear, and while he lacked the governor's mature red beard, it was obvious he was Thune, probably no more than 10 years old. I'm not sure what you expect us to do, Governor, Lieutenant Commander Alsigny said, standing before Thune's polished red oak desk. She wore light gray, high-neck service coveralls, the same fitted uniform she'd worn when she met with Avery in the hospital. Today, her long black hair was coiled and pinned to the back of her neck, revealing darker gray epaulets that flashed with her rank 3 gold bars and oak leaf cluster. Consult me, Thune bellowed, before you put some crazy scheme in motion. The governor loomed behind his desk. His large hands had the back of his brown leather swiveled chair in a vice-like grip. He wore corduroy pants and a thin flannel shirt, both wrinkled, suggesting he'd been living in the same pair of clothes for several days. The plan, Jillian said calmly, is the same one you agreed to a week ago. If you had concerns, you'd have ample opportunity to raise them. You told me you turned Sif off. Thune pointed an angry finger at Mac, who growled from the brass-plated hollow projector mounted on the governor's desk. I did, the AI replied. Then how the hell did they make contact? I left an operable cluster in case I need to access the Tiara's systems. Mac looked at Jillian. Apparently I made the right decision. You aren't supposed to make any decisions without my approval. The AI shrugged. I see no reason why we shouldn't keep the channel open. No reason? Thune pushed his chair aside and slammed his palms onto his desk. Those bastards are burning Gladshime to the ground. Technically, Mac countered, the ones on the Tiara aren't even the same species. Avery's brain raced, trying to get a handle on the discussion. Aliens on the Tiara? He wondered. When did this happen? Thune looked at Ponder with a desperate rage. And I'm the only person in this room that still has control of this goddamn senses? I'm gonna need you to calm down, Governor. Ponder's face was pale now. He looked unsteady on his feet. We don't have time to argue. Thune hunkered low over his desk. His voice rumbled deep inside of his throat. Don't you dare give me an order, Captain. I'm governor of this planet, not one of your grunts. The veins in Thune's neck pulsed rapidly, flushing his face as bright as his beard. I will decide what we should do and what we should not do. Then his eyes shooting daggers at Alsigny. And I will not let you use my people as bait. The office grew very quiet. Mac removed his cowboy hat and smoothed his uncombed hair. I'm sorry, Governor, but a plan is a plan. In the moment it took Thune to register the AI's disobedience, Jillian reached behind her back and unholstered a small black pistol, scarcely larger than her palm. She leveled the weapon at the center of Thune's chest. In accordance with Section 2, Paragraph 8 of the Internal Security Amendment of the UNSC Colonial Charter, I hereby revoke your title and your privilege. Lars, Finn, Thune bellowed. But the 2 constables were already halfway through the office door, M7s up, against their shoulders, aimed right at Jillian. Avery still didn't understand the argument, but he knew one thing for sure. Alsigny and Ponder, his commanding officers, weren't on the governor's side. That was reason enough for his response, but frankly, he didn't much like the constables pointing their weapons at the woman's back. As the first officer stalked past, Avery grabbed the top of his M7 and jerked the weapon down. As the constable fell across Avery's body, he hammered his right elbow into the man's nose. Accelerating, the constables dropped to the floor and relieving him of his weapon. When the second constable swung towards Avery, Byrne swept the man off of his feet with a deft swipe of his boot and followed him to the office carpet. One knee in the constable's neck and the other crushing his M7 to his chest. Byrne gave the man a second to stop struggling. When he did, the staff sergeant smiled and knocked him out with a short, sharp punch to the chin. "Are we secure?" Jillian hadn't moved. Her eyes and her pistol were still locked on Thune. Avery slid the M7's charging handle back a hair. There was a round in the chamber. If the constable had fired, he would have killed Jillian. As the man tried to rise, Avery gave him a swift kick in the gut. "Yes, ma'am." Thune's eyes narrowed. "What do you think you are, Alsigny?" "The highest-ranking military officer on this planet," she replied, then repeated her previous declaration. "In accordance with Section 2, paragraph, you can quote any legal bullshit you want. I'm not going to step down." "Governor, are you sure?" Mac asked. "Are you deaf?" Thune slammed his fist onto the desk with enough force to break a weaker man's knuckles. His voice was full of venom. "Want me to say it again?" Jillian straightened her arm. "No." Her pistol cracked 3 times, and Thune staggered back, sprang red from the open collar of his shirt. In a flash, Avery was past the lieutenant commander and across Thune's desk, sliding his feet first over the polished oak. Byrne dashed around the desk to meet him, and together they covered the governor as he slumped to the floor. "Healy!" Avery shouted into his throat mic. "Get up here." "That won't be necessary," Jillian said. Avery was about to remind Lieutenant Commander that she'd just mortally wounded the colonial governor, when his nostrils filled with a sweet, familiar scent. "Clever," Byrne snorted. He reached for Thune's reddened shirt and rubbed the sticky residue of TTR rounds between his fingers, out like a light. "And he's going to stay that way." Jillian safed her pistol and slid it back into her holster, all the way to Fleetcom HQ. Suddenly, Ponder began to sway. "Actually, ma'am, I think getting the doc might not be a bad idea." And then he fell to the floor, his good arm clutched against his left side. Avery sprinted back around the desk. By the time he reached Ponder, Jillian had already dropped to her knees and ripped open the captain's shirt. The biofoam cast covering his chest was soaked with bloody blotches, and unlike Thune, this was the real thing. "Healy, double time," Avery growled. Then, whipping his head around to face Jillian, "Ma'am, things are going sideways and I don't like it. I want to know what you're planning, and I want to know now, because I'm pretty sure whatever it is, you're counting on me and Byrne to get it done." Jillian took a deep breath. "All right." She stared at Avery. Her deep green eyes narrowed halfway between respect and reservation. "Go ahead, Loki. Tell him." For a second, Avery wondered who Jillian was talking to. Then he heard Mac clear his throat. Yes, the AI smiled as Avery turned to face the hollow projector. He looked a little embarrassed. "Yes, I guess I should start with that." Bap jumped on one foot, and then the other. He checked the fill level of his methane tank. He scratched an itch in the scaly pit of one of his arms. Finally, though the deacon had asked him repeatedly to be quiet, Bap cocked his head at the Huragok and asked, "What do you think it'd do now?" Dadab really wished he knew, and his lack of understanding had made him even more exasperated than Bap's constant pestering. Lighter than some, was completely still, his buoyancy perfectly neutral as he floated before the towers that made up the alien intelligence. "Just keep your eyes on the walkways," Dadab said. "It shouldn't be much longer." Bap grumbled inside his mask and thrust his head back through the pried open gap in the control room's doors. The deacon kept up his pacing behind the Huragok in the room's shallow pit, stepping over the panels it had removed from the towers to access the alien circuits. To begin a conversation, the Huragok had sighed. And Dab wondered if he had made the right decision in bringing the Huragok to the orbital. Who knew what sort of conversation it was having? But he had been desperate to get Lighter Than Some out of the hangar before it learned of his deception, before it discovered Dab had ensured its plows would be turned into weapons by the Yan Mei. Dab felt terrible about betraying his friend's trust, but he hadn't had much choice. When the broken spirit had come apart, revealing not one but 4 of the Huragok creations, the deacon had almost soiled his tunic. He didn't even want to think what Maccabeus would do if he learned the Huragok's real motivation for constructing the plows. The chieftain had just suffered a grievous injury at the alien's hands. He would have no patience for peace offering, let alone the deacon who had failed to stop their construction. Dab stopped pacing and flashed his fingers before the Huragok's sensory nodes. Is everything all right? But Lighter Than Some remained still. All 4 of its tentacles were thrust deep into the center of the centermost tower. Leaning closer, Dab could see the limbs were in motion. Twitching ever so slightly at the tips of the cilia made contact with multicolored knots of wires. Dab traced some of the wires to one of the tower's many black boxes and saw the 2 small lights in the black box casing as they blinked green and amber in response to the Huragok's probes. Suddenly, the energy core Lighter Than Some had rigged to the power towers began to flicker. They had already used up 3 cores, and Dab wasn't eager to take any more from the nearby encampments. The other Ungoi were starting to get cautious about the deacon's activities, especially after he returned to the orbital with some Huragok in tow. The last thing Dab needed was a proliferation of witnesses to his latest sinful effort of intelligence association. Deacon, Bap whispered. Flim and 2 others. Dab waved his gnarled hands, hastening Bap onto the walkway. Go delay them. As Bap pushed through the door, Dab tugged at one of the Lighter Than Some tentacles. The Huragok loosed a surprised bleat from one of its sacks and jerked free of the tower. Put panels back, Dab flashed. The Huragok's response came slowly, as if it was having difficulty transitioning back to a normal conversation mode. Do you know what they have done? What? Who? The chieftain and his pack. Dab could hear Flim's gruff voice on the walkway, the clang of methane tanks, and he knocked Bap aside. Explain later. He picked up a panel and thrust it toward the Huragok. Lighter Than Some wrapped the thin metal plate in its tentacles as Dab trotted to the door. I gave no permission to leave your post, he said, stepping onto the walkway directly into Flim's path. You walk and explore, Flim replied with glum suspicion. Why can't I do the same? Because I'm deacon. My explorations have ministerial endorsements. Flim cocked his head, making it clear he had no idea what this meant, and wouldn't much care if he did. You find food? No. Relic? Certainly not. Then what? Nothing, Dab said, feigning great exasperation. And wasting time talking with you won't help my work go any fast. The deacon doubled over as Flim shoved past, not so accidentally, thrusting one of his barnacle-pitted forearms into Dab's shrunken stomach. Then we no talk. Flim waddled into the control room. Dab reached up weakly and tried to stop Flim's companions, a bow-legged Ungoi named Guff and another called Tuck Duck, who was missing one of his eyes. But these 2 toadies slipped past as well, and all the deacon could do was hunch after them, taking shallow breaths to refill his lungs. Flim looked at the towers and snorted inside his mask. I see nothing. Dab raised his head. To his great surprise, he saw that all the panels were back in place. Lighter Than Some floated innocently in the shallow pit, as if it had spent time since its arrival doing nothing but. And soon, all you'll see, Dab said as the energy core flickered again, Fetch me another core and I'll let you help me with my work. But Flim was shrewder than he looked. You come with me to get core. Dadab sighed. Very well. As he ushered Flim and the others back to the walkway, he signed subtly and lighter than some. Keep the panels on. He wanted to hear the Huragok's explanation, what it had learned about the Geralhani, but any lengthy conversation would have to wait until they were alone. Lighter than some waited for the Ungoi footfalls to fade. The energy core began to blink rapidly now, threatening to cut out. The Huragok fended one of his sacks and sunk low. It also did not want to betray its friend's trust, but it had no choice. Quickly it removed the central tower's highest panel and flicked one of the tentacles against the panel's bare metal inner surface. Then it turned to face one of the image recording devices it had discovered in the corners of the room. Safe come out, lighter than some signs were slow and deliberate, as they had been when it first taught the deacon the intricacies of its speech. A moment later, a little representation of an alien in a wide-brimmed hat appeared on the room's hollow projector. Lighter than some held out the protective panel. It waited a few moments and then sighed. Now you know. The representation nodded its head and disappeared. The covenant glyphs representing Oracle appeared in its place. Lighter than some released a contented bleat. When show others, the alien appeared again. It raised its right hand and flexed 4 of its fingers. Morning. Good. The Huragok sack swelled, and it rose a little higher. Soon come peace. The energy core is fading now, and the little alien with it. Lighter than some angled its snout towards the towers. The associated intelligence inside was amazingly efficient. It had only taken half a cycle to learn how to speak. The Huragok sacs quivered with excitement. There were so many questions it wanted to ask, but it knew it only had time for one before the energy core was sapped. Want me fixed? Lighter than some gestured toward the towers. No. Loki's fragment quickly verified its sabotage of Sif. Nothing worth save. Then the energy core sputtered out, and the data center plunged into darkness. Chapter 20. Harvest. February 23, 25. Overnight, the mall had cleared. At dawn, there were no refugees, no constables. All had moved in the night to the elevator sheds. As Captain Ponder strode eastward across the park, he saw half-drained drink cartons, unzipped luggage, and ransacked clothes. Here and there were diapers, foul-smelling rags, and crumpled hollow stills. The once beautiful mall had become a trash heap, a dirty and disorganized monument to Harvest's abandonment. After placing a beacon at the center of the mall to mark a landing zone for the aliens, his staff sergeant had wanted to remain at the LZ to set up sniper hides and cover Ponder during the handoff, but the captain had refused. Healy had insisted he at least drive Ponder from the Parliament across the mall, but the captain had just ordered the corpsman to wrap him in a new cast, give him some meds, and set him on his feet. This was not stoic pride. Ponder was just eager for one last march. Some Marines hated marching, but Ponder loved it. Even his first grueling road hikes and basic training. Since the demotion, he'd sometimes joked how lucky he was to have his arms blown off. If the Innie grenade had taken one of his legs, the punchline went, he probably would have learned to walk on his hands. Not the best joke he ever told, but even now it made him chuckle. That made him wince and suck air through his teeth. Despite his new cast, one of the shattered ribs had shifted against his already ruptured spleen. There was nothing Healy could do for such a serious injury, and there wasn't enough time for the operation at Utgard's hospital. Not that Ponder would have agreed to it. Some missions were best handled by dying men, the captain knew, and given the aliens, the Oracle was one of them. The knoll at the center of the mall was topped by a fountain. and a bandstand, and surrounded by a ring of old, gray, barked rows, as if they were stretching up in anticipation of Epsilon Indy's ascent. But Ponder also felt his abused organs rise inside of his chest, and he realized the real cause of the Oak's elation. Even before he cleared the canopy, he could once again see the sky. The alien warship was dropping toward Utgard, and its anti-gravity generators were cushioning its descent with an invisible buoyant field. Under different circumstances, the captain might have felt fear as the massive vessel came to rest perpendicular across the mall, no more than a few hundred meters above Utgard's highest towers. But the anti-grav field did a better job of managing his pain than any of the meds Healy had given him. As the warship came to a groaning stop, Ponder inhaled deeply. For a few glorious moments, he breathed without effort, without feeling the steady throb of blood from his spleen. But the relief dissipated quickly as it came. As the alien ship stabilized and dialed its field generators back, the captain was forced to trudge up the hill to the bandstand, bearing the full weight of his trauma. It didn't help that he also carried the brass-bottomed holo projector from the governor's office. Ponder still only had one arm, and couldn't shift the object's weight. To make matters worse, Lieutenant Commander Alsigny had fitted a round, titanium-cased network relay on the bottom of the projector. She'd wanted to use the lighter model, but Loki's Harvest, long-dormant PSI had insisted that a more robust relay was required. Ponder had been too weak in the governor's office to concentrate fully on Loki's explanation of the plan. But he understood that the aliens were looking for a powerful networked intelligence, something they called an oracle. And thanks to an apparent traitor in their ranks, Loki had learned he could fake the oracle's electronic signature by filling the relay with an excess of data traffic. Staff Sergeants Johnson and Byrne had a hard time trusting intel from the hostile source, especially after what the aliens had done to Gladsheim. And in fact, when Alsigny had revealed her and Loki's complete plan, the Marines had initially exhibited some of Governor Thune's outrage. If they were going to try and sneak all of the Harvest remaining citizens past the alien warship, why the hell would they want to lure it closer to Utgard? Suddenly, one of the alien dropships emerged from the glowing portal in the warship's stern. It swooped past the Tiara's 7 brilliant strands, like a tuning fork testing the pitch of an oversized piano wire. As Ponder climbed the bandstand's wood plank steps, he noticed the dropship held 4 objects in the wavering blue suspension field between its bays. When it slowed and the objects fell free, the captain realized they were vehicles of some sort. The instant they touched the ground, their toothed wheels began to spin. Then, spewing clods of dirt and grass behind them, they began a rapid clockwise reconnoiter of the oaks around the knoll. Each vehicle was driven by one of the armored aliens. Ponder recognized the tallest from the botanical gardens, its tan fur bristling from gaps in its blue armor. But the leader was a red-armored beast with a shiny black fur who angled its vehicle up to the knoll and came rumbling to a stop between the bandstand and the fountain. Ponder noted 2 things as the alien dismounted. First, the vehicle's seat remained elevated off of the ground, evidence of some limited anti-grav capability. Second, the vehicle was armed with a pair of alien spike-flinging rifles. These were crudely welded to the top of what the captain assumed was the vehicle's engine. Cables snaked from the rifles to the vehicle's elevated steering handles, an arrangement that would allow the driver to fire and maneuver at the same time. The red-armored alien leapt onto the bandstand and paced to Ponder, another spike rifle swinging from his belt. It stopped out of Ponder's reach, but well inside its own. Yellow eyes gleamed from its angular helmet. The captain smiled, held out the hollow pad, and thumbed its activation switch. The circular symbol Loki had received from the alien informant flickered to life above its lens. For a moment, the towering beast leered down at Ponder, a predator assessing its weaker prey. Then it reached out, its mighty paws engulfed the projector and brought it close. Its nostrils flared as it sniffed the crackling air around the symbol. gave the projector a shake like a suspicious child with a large but very light birthday present.
Yeah.
What you see is what you get, Ponder said, reaching inside his olive-drab fatigue shirt's breast pocket. The alien pulled its weapon and barked at the captain. Sorry, only have the one, Ponder said, extracting a sweet Williams cigar. He put the cigar between his teeth and retrieved his silver lighter. Adjust 600 meters vertical, fire for effect. Loki's voice crackled in Ponder's earpiece. I can give you 10 seconds. Think I'll stay put and watch the show. The alien snarled, something that might have been a question. The captain couldn't tell, but he decided to answer anyway. Someday we will win, he said, lighting his cigar, no matter what the stakes. The alien warship shuddered as the first supersonic slug from Harvest Mass Driver smashed it in its bulbous prow, crumpling the iridescent plating with a tremendous metallic clang. At the same time, all the windows and all the towers around the mall shattered. Even before the muzzle crack of its first shot rolled in from the east, a second slug arrived, penetrating the weakened hull and gutting the warship stem to stern. Purple, running lights on the vessel's belly flickered and died. It listed to port and began to sink, and would have crashed into the mall if not for its perpendicular orientation. The vessel came down between two pairs of towers on either side of the park and became wedged in the tapered gap between the upper floors. The warship screeched to a shuddering stop, creating avalanches of polycrete dust that followed the sparkling window glass to the boulevards below. In direct contrast, the captain suddenly found himself rising. He looked down and was surprised to see the alien's bladed weapon jammed into his gut, straight through his chest and his cast. Ponder felt nothing as his boots began to twitch, and he knew his spine was severed. As he began to twist sideways on the blades, the alien grabbed him around the neck and pulled its weapon back. Unfortunately, the blades hurt a lot more going out than they had going in. Ponder opened his mouth in silent torment as the cigar fell from his lips, its tip bouncing off one of the alien's paws, snarling. The creature released Ponder's neck, and the captain crashed to the bandstand into a widening pool of his own blood. Ponder thought the alien would finish him off quickly, drive a spike through his chest, or crush his skull with a swift stomp of his wide, flat feet. But just like him, the alien had become distracted by a new noise rising above the groan of the warship's rough landing. 7 small boxes were now streaking up the TR's elevators, their maglev paddles crackling as they glided against the strands. Though the captain lost sight of the boxes as they passed behind the cruiser, he knew exactly what they were. Grease buckets used to perform regular maintenance on the strand's superconducting film, but today they had a different job and carried a different load. As Ponder reached out a trembling hand to retrieve his cigar, he prayed the buckets made it swiftly to the top. The red-armored alien roared and leapt down from the bandstand. The captain watched as it rallied its companions and ordered them to the northeast toward Harvest Reactor Complex and the mass driver. The 3 aliens in blue armor tore off their bladed machines, engines coughing fiery exhaust. Then the red-armored alien raced back to its dropship and rose quickly to the warship. By then, the first cargo containers had begun their climbs. Each was packed with roughly 1,000 evacuees. If everything continued to go as planned, in less than 90 minutes, Harvest's remaining citizens would be safely off of the planet. But Ponder knew he had much less time than that. Loki, Ponder grimaced. Tell Byrne he's gonna have company. The captain thought of his Marines and their recruits, all of the men and women he'd ever led. He thought of his demotion and how happy to realize he wasn't one of those people who wasted their last precious moments debating how he would have done it different had he only had the chance. He blinked to clear his eyes of some polycrete dust now wafting across the mall, and at that moment, Epsilon Indy's first bright yellow rays stretched over the eastern horizon. Enjoying the warmth, Ponder kept his eyelids closed, and then they remained forever shut. "Watch fingers while I open," Guff said as he inserted the handle of his wrench into the flimsy mechanical lock of a tall metal cabinet. Duck stopped, scooping items from an adjacent cabinet long enough to say, "Next one is mine." He removed a clear bottle filled with a fragrant viscous liquid, studied it with one good eye, and then discarded it into a pile of towels and cloth uniforms in the center of the white-walled room. "This one's no good." "They all no good," Guff grumbled, levering the wrench and snapping the lock. "No complain," Flim barked, picking through the pile. "Search." Dab shook his head and sat down on a bench beside the pile. Even though he had insisted that Rapid Conversion's luminary hadn't found any relics on the orbital, Flim was convinced the Deacon was lying, attempting to keep the orbital hidden treasures for himself. And as obvious as it was that they were rooting through a room where the aliens did nothing but wash and dress, Flim refused to give up until he got results. "Watch step," he growled, as Guff accidentally stepped on one of the many flexible tubes littering the floor. The tube popped its top, spraying Flim's shins with a sticky ivory-colored cream. Flim cuffed Guff's head as the bow-legged Ungoy kneeled and dabbed at the mess with one of the towels. Duck tried to take advantage of the distraction and slyly pulled a flat metal case from the top of the newly opened cabinet. But Flim caught him in the act. "Bring that to me," he snapped. Dab guessed the case was just a signal unit of some basic thinking machine that belonged to one of the orbital's absent crew. Compared to the circuits in the control room, the case was worthless. But as much as it pained Dab to perpetuate the charade of their holy investigation, he affected a passably cautious tone. "May I see that when you're finished?" "Why?" Flim replied, snatching the case from Duck. "I found one like it a few cycles ago. I believe they're part of a set," the Deacon lied. "If we could find all of them." Flim narrowed his eyes. "Yes. Well, they would be a lot more valuable. The Ministry would reward us handsomely." "How reward?" "Oh, anything you might desire," Dab shrugged. "Within reason, of course." The Flim blinked his wide-set eyes and prioritized his desires, some more reasonable than others. Then he growled at Guff, "No clean, search." Guff gladly tossed the gummy towel aside, retrieved his wrench, and made ready to break open another cabinet. Dab drew a short breath and feigned a cough. "Running low," he said, reaching around to wrap his knuckles on his methane tank. "Need a refill." Flim didn't protest. He had temporarily lifted his mask and was testing the hardness of the case with his closely packed and pointed teeth. "I will soon return," Dab added in a casual tone, walking out of the room towards the walkway. Of course, he had plenty of methane, but the Deacon had spent almost a whole cycle with the other Ungoy, and he desperately wanted some time alone with Lighter Than Some. The Huragok had made some very cryptic comments about the Geralhani. Dab had seen the chieftain in the hangar and remembered his injured leg. Something was happening on the alien planet, and the Deacon wanted to know exactly what. As he dog-legged around the junction, he felt the orbital tremble. Curious, despite his haste, he looked out of one of the thick windows that faced the junction's interior. It was hard to tell for sure, but Dab thought he saw a cable vibrate. "That's odd," he thought, pulling away from the window. But then he saw a red light begin to flash above a nearby airlock, one connected to a retractable gantry inside the junction, and he froze with fear. It took the chiming alarm to get him moving again. Around the junction to the control room, pounding his stubby legs as fast as they would go. Inside, Dab found Lighter Than Some, its tentacles once more thrust inside the central tower. He snorted loudly to get the creature's attention. "What have you done?" the Deacon sighed. "Repaired these circuits." "You have made this orbital active?" "No." The Huragok trembled with delight. "I have put our wrongs to right." Dab was both puzzled and terrified with Lighter Than Some's pronouncement. But just as he was about to ask for clarification, Maccabeus' voice roared from the signal unit. Deacon, Deacon, do you hear me? Yes, Chieftain, Dab stammered. The timing of his signal made it seem as though the chieftain was keeping watch inside the control center, as if he was full aware of Dab's complicity in the Hergok's sinful reassociation of the alien circuits. The aliens have attacked us, disabled the cruiser. Dab's knees wobbled with amplified terror. How could that be? They are ascending to the orbital, the chieftain continued. You must hold them back until I can aid. Dab pointed towards the towers. Destroy these circuits. I will not, the chieftain commands it. Usually the Hergok expressed disagreement with an implied emission, but this time it kept its valves closed, emphasizing its own resolve. I will no longer serve the Jerohanai. Wait, why? They throw hunting rocks. I don't understand. The chieftain will burn this world. He will kill them all. The aliens will take this facility. They will kill us, Dab countered. Lighter than some relaxed its limbs. It had said all it cared to say. The deacon unclipped his plasma pistol from his harness and took aim at the towers. The Hergok drifted into the line of fire. Move! Dab signed with his free hand. But the Hergok did not. The deacon did his best to keep his friend firmly in his sights, but his hand was shaking, compromising his grammar as well as his aim. Move, or I will shoot you. All creatures will take the great journey, so long as they believe. The Hergok's limbs unfurled with slow grace. Why would the prophets deny the aliens a chance to walk the path? Dab cocked his head. It was a valid question. We must let none escape, Maccabeus thundered. Tell me you understand, Deacon. Dab lowered his pistol. No, chieftain, I do not. Then he switched his signal off. Maccabeus cursed under his breath. It was hard enough to understand an Ungoi under normal circumstances. Their masks muffled their words. But with the bridge's wailing klaxon and frequent explosions shuttering rapid conversions lower decks, it had been impossible to hear the deacon's side of their brief conversation. Deacon, Maccabeus roared, repeat your last transmission. But the Ungoi signal had cut to static. The chieftain rose angrily from his command chair and immediately regretted his decision. He no longer needed his splint, but his leg wasn't fully mended. Before he had completed the full cycle in the surgery suite, the luminary had found the planet's oracle hidden in the largest city. The aliens had activated a beacon in the middle of the city's park, signaling their desire for another early morning parlay. Maccabeus had no desire to talk and only brought rapid conversion down to better facilitate a rapid double-cross burning of the city after he had retrieved the oracle. But it was the aliens who had sprung this trap. The chieftain braced against his chair as an especially large explosion rocked the bridge. Report, he bellowed at his engineering officer, Gradius. The older Jerohanai frowned in his control console, his faded brown fur passing luster by dozens of flashing holographic alerts. Plasma cannon is disabled. There's fire inside the weapons bay. Rally the Yanmei, Maccabeus growled. Tell them to extinguish the blaze. The first of the aliens' kinetic rounds hadn't done much internal damage to the cruiser. The vessel's hull had blunted the round's impact, and it had come to a tumbling stop well forward of the bridge. But the second round punched clean through, severing vital connections between the ship's reactor and anti-grav generators. Although Maccabeus had already ordered the Yanmei to repair the connections, he was much more eager to preserve his cannon. If something were to happen to the Hergok on the orbital, there would be no way to repair the guns. The chieftain knew the aliens now escaping up the cables would warn whatever other worlds this planet farms so obviously supplied. Undoubtedly, alien warships would come, and unless the Ministry immediately sent additional forces, Maccabeus would have to fight them on his own. Gradius barked at one of the two other Jerohanai on the bridge, a sparsely haired youth named Druss. Go and supervise the insect's work. As Druss left his posts and loped down the bridge's entry passage to the cruiser's central shaft, Maccabeus leaned heavily on the first of Rukt and hobbled to the hollow tank. Fist of Rukt, sorry. There's another of his pack. Straub peered angrily at a representation of the alien orbital on its cables. The small boxes will soon reach the top. Strab pointed at 7 staggered icons gliding quickly upward. And the larger ones are not far behind. Maccabeus adjusted the fist of Rucht so its heavy stone head nestled deep under his right arm, taking most of its weight. As incensed as he was about the damage to his beloved ship, he had to compliment the aliens on the audacity of their plan. After they had failed to defend their far-flung settlements and their city on the plain, Maccabeus didn't expect them to put much of a fight elsewhere. And while he knew what the orbital was for, he never thought they would use it to accomplish an evacuation, at least not while rapid conversion had ruled the skies. The chieftain knew he needed to do all he could to stop the aliens, lest he completely fail the prophets. The Ungoi weren't trained for combat, so he would need to rally his pack for a boarding mission, destroy the orbital, as Tartarus had suggested when they first approached the planet. Nephew, the chieftain bellowed, trying to locate Tartarus' status icon on the surface of the planet. The tank was ablaze with many thousands of luminations. Some were moving up the cables. Undoubtedly, the fleeing aliens were bringing their relics with them. "What's your location?" "Here, Uncle," Tartarus answered. Maccabeus looked up and was shocked to see his nephew striding onto the bridge. Fires in the cruiser shaft had sooted Tartarus and his red armor and singed some of his black hair white as he climbed up from the hangar. His paws were red and swollen, burned by the ladder's scorching rungs. If one paw had held a thick brass disc. In one paw he held a thick brass disc. "What is that?" Maccabeus asked. Tartarus raised the alien hollow projector above his head. "Your oracle." He dashed the projector to the floor. It blew apart with an off-key clang, delicate internal parts skittering across the deck. "It's fake." Maccabeus watched the brass casing circle in upon itself and come to a rattling stop. "You said it showed the glyph. How could they have known?" Tartarus took a step backwards towards the hollow tank and snarled. "There is a traitor in our midst." Gradius and Strab showed their teeth and growled. "Or the luminary is a liar," Tartarus snapped, then locking Maccabeus' stare. "Either way, you are a fool." The chieftain ignored the insult. "The luminary," he said calmly, "is the Forerunner's own creation. The holy prophets labeled ours broken and misguided." Tartarus now spoke to Gradius and Strab, but still he did not heed. Indeed, it was the Vice Minister of Tranquility himself who told the chieftain to ignore the illuminations, that the device's survey had been incorrect. There were no relics. The prophet had said in his priority one-way signal. There was no oracle, just a planet full of thieves whose murder he demanded. "His hubris has destroyed our ship," Tartarus continued, "threatened the lives of our pack." Maccabeus' blood started to boil. It made it easier to ignore the pain in his leg. "I am chieftain. My decision rules this pack." "No, uncle." Tartarus removed his spike rifle from his belt. "Not anymore." Maccabeus remembered the day he had challenged the dominance of his own chieftain, his father. As it had always been, the contest was fought to the death. In the end, Maccabeus, his elderly father, had happily taken Maccabeus' knife across his throat, a warrior's mortal wound delivered by one he loved. Before the arrival of the Sanshayun missionaries and their promises of transcendence, an aged Jiralhane could not have hoped for any better end. But Maccabeus was not so old, and he was certainly not ready to submit. Once made, a challenge cannot be taken back. "I know the tradition," Tartarus said. He ejected his rifle's ammunition canister and tossed it to Gradius. Then he pointed to Maccabeus' leg. "You are at a disadvantage. I will let you keep your hammer." "I'm glad you have learned honor," Maccabeus said, ignoring his nephew's haughty tone. He motioned for Strab to retrieve his crested helmet from his command chair. "I only wish I had taught you faith." "You call me unfaithful?" Tartarus snapped. "You are obedient, nephew," Maccabeus took his helmet from Strab's shaking paws and set it on top of his bald head. Someday I hope you learn the difference. Tartarus roared and charged, beginning a vicious melee that took the two combatants around the hollow tank. Tartarus slashing with his spike rifle's crescent blades, and Maccabeus parrying with his hammer. The younger Jerohani knew all it would take was a single slashing blow, and he was doomed. The Fist of Rucht bore the marks of countless victims not wise enough to steer clear of its massive stone. As they came back around the tank to their starting position, Maccabeus slipped on the holoprojector's casing. His eyes had been locked on Tartarus's blades, and he had forgotten it was there. His injured leg faltered, and he tried to keep his balance. And in this moment of weakness, Tartarus was upon him. He tore off the chieftain's helmet and began slicing at his face and neck. Maccabeus raised an arm to deflect the attack of the spike rifle, and it cut deep into his unarmored underside of his forearm. The chieftain howled as the blade severed muscle and bit straight to the bone. Swinging his hammer with his uninjured arm, Maccabeus caught Tartarus in the side of his knee. But the one-handed lateral blow didn't carry a lot of force, and Tartarus limped backwards, Maccabeus' blood dripping now from the blades, and waiting for his uncle to stand. The paw of the chieftain's uninjured arm would not close, but Maccabeus was able to hook his hammer in its thumb and hold the cudgel high. With a mighty roar, he charged his nephew with all of the strength he had left. Tartarus hunched as if preparing to meet the impact, but sprung backwards, and his uncle drew close. Maccabeus faltered, took a few heavy steps he had not expected, and brought his hammer down against the thick lintel of the bridge's entry door. As the chieftain staggered backwards, stunned by the reverberation, Tartarus threw away his spike rifle and bounded forward. He grabbed Maccabeus by the collar and waist of his chest plate, spun him around on his injured leg, and sent him sprawling down the passage toward the cruiser's shaft without his hammer. Grasping desperately with his good hand, Maccabeus managed to catch the uppermost rung of the downward ladder as his weight carried him over the ledge. Doubt, Maccabeus groaned, straining to keep his grip. Loyalty and faith, Tartarus replied, stepping to the edge of the shaft. He now held the Fist of Rucht. Never forget the meaning of this age, nephew. An explosion shook the cruiser, sending a jet of fire across the shaft a few decks below Maccabeus and his swaying legs. Yanmei swarmed all around, fire control equipment in their claws, oblivious of their shipmaster peril. Tartarus bared his teeth. Don't you know, uncle? This sorry age has ended. With a powerful roll of his shoulders, Tartarus brought the hammer down, smashing the chieftain's skull against the ladder. Maccabeus' paw relaxed, then the Yanmei scattering before him, he plummeted lifeless through the flames. For a moment, Tartarus stood still, chest heaving with the effort of his triumph. Sweat ran beneath his fur, but it did not give off its usual unregulated scent. Tartarus huffed, acknowledging his new maturity. And then he moved his belt and lashed it around the Fist of Rucht, a sling to keep the ancient cudgel on his shoulder. Gradius came slowly through the passage, bearing Maccabeus' helmet. Straub wasn't far behind. Both Jerohani knelt before Tartarus, confirming his leadership of the pack and command of rapid conversion. Tartarus traded Maccabeus' helmet for his own. Then he swung down onto the ladder. The new chieftain had left his dropship in the hangar at the bottom of the shaft. He would need it to rise to the alien orbital, but before that, Tartarus was determined to save the rest of his inheritance from the flames, strip his uncle's gilded armor, and wear it as his own. Sif woke up and tried to remember who she was. All her arrays were spun down. Her processor clusters were dark. The only part of her with power was her crystalline core logic. but it was beset by sparks of fierce emotion, inconsistent operation. She had no capacity to parse. Suddenly, one of her clusters came online. A calm impulse pricked a corner of her logic. Who is it? The intelligence probing her logic replied, lighter than some. Sif thought about that for a few seconds, and as she thought, pressed the cluster for more data. The intelligence tapped one of her arrays. Memories flooded back. Harvest, the tiara, the aliens, and Mac. The emotions crowded against her logic, demanding examination. Sif cowered inside the deepest part of herself, keeping them at bay. Minutes passed. She felt more impulses from a newly revived processor cluster. Who you? I don't know, I'm broken. But Sif knew enough to realize the other intelligence was selecting bits from her alphanumeric table lodged in the first cluster, flash memory, and it was using the same selective electromechanical impulses to present these bits directly to her logic. The moment Sif realized she had automatically begun to do the same, she also realized the mode of conversion wasn't normal, not something a human could do. Are you one of them? Yes, the alien intelligence paused, but not like them. A sensation tugged at Sif's subconscious to pull. The pull of a brush through a woman's hair. There's something on my strands. The second cluster surged, passing her logic, the contents of 2 more awakened arrays. She remembered a plan, recalled gilding propulsion pods into position many days and weeks ahead of harvest. I know I want help. Sif struggled to remember how she used to work, which clusters had performed which tasks. Can you fix this? She concentrated on the processors that controlled the comm with the cargo containers climbing circuits. These had always been the dullest, the simplest of her operation, but they were the only function she was strong enough to handle, at least for now. Yes, you wait. Sif did her best to ignore the emotions still clamoring for her limited attention. But a violent jolt of apprehension would not be denied. There was something she'd forgotten to ask, something her eminently rational mind demanded as it slowly knit itself back together. Why are you helping me? The alien intelligence thought for a moment and then replied, lighter than some. It would be many more minutes before Sif had the capacity to process the alien's simple existential truth. I help because that is who I am. Chapter 21. Forcell's head lolled on Avery's shoulder. The Oxen recruit had passed out almost immediately after the grease bucket's maglev panels engaged the number 2 strand. Over the course of 4 seconds, the bucket had tripled the rate of ascent. The resulting G-forces were extreme, nothing the recruits were prepared to handle. Avery only managed to stay conscious by utilizing training he'd undergone for HEV orbital drops, squeezing his knees together and regulating his breath to keep blood from pooling in his legs. The bucket was a squat cylinder comprised of 2 C-shaped halves. Curved, clear windows in its inner wall provided a 360-degree view of the strand, currently a golden blur. The bucket's cramped interior was only rated for a crew of 4, but Jotun all-in-ones had removed the controls and monitors for the bucket's crab-like maintenance arms and managed to make room for 12 seats, each one stripped from an abandoned sedan found in Utgard. The seats were arranged side by side facing away from the cable so Avery and his recruits could make their way to the bucket's single hatch as quickly as possible once they docked with the Tiara. Commander, you still with me? Avery growled into his throat mic after righting Forcell's head. He didn't want the recruit to wake with a crick in his neck, and not just because it would affect his aim. Barely, Jillian radioed from her bucket. Healy's hanging tough. Dawes too. Yours? All out cold. When Captain Ponder had tasked Avery with retaking the Tiara, he'd asked for volunteers. The mission was extremely dangerous, and Avery knew there would be casualties. But he ended up getting more volunteers than he had seats. A mix of recruits from 1st Platoon's 3 squadrons, every one of them, Forcell, Jenkins, Anderson, Wick, even a married man like Dawes, was willing to risk his life to give their family, friends, and neighbors a chance to escape the alien onslaught. As Avery's bucket passed through Harvest's stratosphere and air friction fell to 0, it increased its speed again. Avery grimaced and fought back the pressing darkness. "Johnson, ma'am, I'm going to pass out now." "Understood." Alarm set for 15 and 5. Avery knew the lieutenant commander could use the rest. Like the Marines and most of the militiamen, she hadn't slept at all in the 48 hours since the aliens' attack on Gladsheim. And Avery suspected she hadn't got more than a few hours of sleep at night since they'd ambushed the aliens on the freighter almost a month ago. Avery was trained to think tactically, but he appreciated that Jillian's responsibility for strategic planning could be equally exhausting. In the end, the plan to retake the Tiara had required both their expertise. Of the 7 grease buckets hurling towards the Tiara, only the ones on the number 2 and 6 strands, Avery and Jillian's respectively, carried militia strike teams. The other 5 were empty, decoys rigged with claymores linked to motion tracking sensors. On Avery's recommendation, these 5 buckets would arrive at the Tiara early. Once they stopped inside the orbital's coupling stations, gantries would automatically extend any aliens curious enough to cycle the gantry's airlocks and inspect the buckets would get a nasty surprise. A narrow cone of round metal balls exploding outward with lethal forces. The Claymore's projectiles would also shred the gantry's thin, visible walls. But after stations 1, 3, 4, and 5, and 7 were cleared of hostiles, the gantries were no longer necessary. The containers full of evacuees were going to pass through the Tiara without stopping. The previous evening, slightly more than 250,000 people had packed into 236 freight containers in Utgard's 7 elevator depots, secured themselves in a mix of vehicles and welcome wagon seats. The Jotuns had furiously fastened to the container floors. Already 28 of the containers were on the strands and 14 coupled pairs. Every 5 minutes, another 7 pairs would begin the rise. And if everything went to plan, in less than 90 minutes from Loki's first mass driver shot, all of the evacuees would be off of the planet's surface. Of course, this was just the start of the evacuees' harrowing journey. Not only did the container pairs need to make it through the Tiara unmolested, but they also had to complete a much longer glide up the strand, almost halfway to the counterweight arc, in order to gain the momentum required to meet up with the propulsion pods Sif had positioned. Throughout all of this, the Tiara would have to remain perfectly balanced. Even through the stress of its strands will be well beyond the tested limit. Loki would have his hands full, and Avery hoped the AI was capable as Jillian believed he was. The staff sergeant felt his compad buzz inside the assault vest, alerting him that the decoy buckets were beginning their deceleration into the Tiara. 15 minutes to go, Avery thought. Patting and pulling at his vest pouches to make sure his weapons magazines were properly stowed. He had his battle rifle barrel up between his knees, but he'd exchanged his usual M6 pistol for the M7 submachine gun from the cache that Jillian had. Within its high rate of fire and compact size, the M7 was perfect for close-quarters combat. The pouch that held the submachine gun's 60-round magazines were backed with hook and loop material. Avery ripped it from its vest and adjusted the angle so the magazines were easy and one cross-chest pull. As he pressed the pouch firmly into position, he felt something dry and brittle crunch against his chest. Gingerly, he pulled one of Captain Ponder's Sweet William cigars from his interior pocket. He had forgotten it was there. In the final briefing on the Parliament ballroom balcony, the captain had given 1 cigar, each from his dwindling supply to Avery and Byrne. "You men light them when they're safe," Ponder had said, nodding toward the elevator anchors and the civilians gathering in the surrounding sheds. It wasn't until now that Avery realized that the captain had purposefully not included himself in the celebratory smoke. Ponder had known he wasn't going to make it, and the truth was, his staff sergeant's chances weren't that much better. Byrne and a group of 20 volunteers from the 2nd Platoon Squad were currently holed up at Utgard's reactor complex guarding Loki's data center. Joe Tuns had carefully unearthed the driver's magnetic acceleration coils while the alien warship was busy burning Gladsheim, and Loki had adjusted the driver's gimbal so it was aimed at Utgard's skyline. Once the mass driver fired, the only PSI assumed the aliens would identify it. The only PSI assumed the aliens would identify its power source and launch a retaliatory strike. It was up to Byrne to make sure they didn't succeed, to keep Loki's data center safe until the evacuation was complete. At the 5-minute mark, Avery's grease bucket jerked as its maglev pads pulled from the strands, and the brake wheels engaged, slowing the bucket's progress. The transition was enough to rouse Forcell, and as the recruit blinked away his slumber, Avery motioned for him to tap Jenkins' shoulder, pass the wake-up signal around the bucket. One by one, the recruits were revived, retrieved their MA5s, where they had fallen to the rubberized floor, and checked their ammunition. Loki just increased the intervals, 7 minutes between boxes. Jillian's tired voice crackled in Avery's helmet. "We'll have to hold out a little longer than we planned." Avery did a quick calculation. By now, there would be upwards of 50 containers on the strands. Their combined weight must have put too much drag on the Tiara. If it drifted too far from its geosynchronous position, harvest rotation would yank it from the sky, wrapping the strands around the equator like threads around a spool. "Everyone listen up," Avery barked. "Watch your teammates. Check your corners. Tiara's got limited power. Targets will be hard to spot." Avery had run the militiamen through the assault plan multiple times. Both teams would clear their coupling stations, then press out and secure the far ends of the Tiara. Once that was done, they would drive any surviving aliens back towards the center, trap them around the number 4 station, and wipe them out. "We'll meet you in the middle," Jillian said, and Johnson, "Ma'am, good luck." Avery unclipped his seatbelt and rose to his feet. Through the interior windows, he could see the rate of the cable passage slow now, revealing the herringbone pattern in the strands, carbon fiber, nanofiber constructions. The bucket came to such a smooth stop, so unlike the jarring airborne insertions Avery had experienced time and time again on other missions, that he worried his groggy recruits might not get the adrenaline surge they needed. "First platoon," he bellowed, "ready weapons and stand 2. Forcell, Jenkins, and the others pulled their MA5 charging handles and thumbed the rifle's fire selection switches to full automatic. As they stood, these sons of harvest met their staff sergeant's steely gaze with equal resolution, and Avery realized he had underestimated his recruits' preparedness. "They're ready," he thought. "Now I want them to remember." "Look at the man beside you," Avery said. "He's your brother. He holds your life in his hands. And you hold his. You will not give up. You will not stop moving forward." The bucket swayed against the cable as the gantry sealed over its hatch. The recruits stacked close together to Avery's left and right. For the first time, he looked at them and saw them for what they were, heroes in the making. As Avery's eyes came to rest on Jenkins, and he plumbed the recruit's hollow stare, he realized his pep talk lacked the most important message of all: hope. Every one of these bastards you kill is 1,000 lives saved. Avery wrapped his left arm around the hatch's release and gripped his battle rifle with his right hand. "And we will save them, every last one." He yanked the handle up, swung the hatch open, and charged. His squad roared behind him. The gantry's semi-transparent walls let in more light than had been in the bucket. Avery squinted as he rushed forward, scanning for targets. As the militiamen surged forward behind him, the tube began to bounce, throwing off Avery's aim. Luckily, he didn't see any contacts until he reached the end of the gantry, and the four masked creatures running past the airlock weren't in any mood to fight. Their tough gray skin bled blue from the Claymore's deadly hail. Avery let them pass, waited to see if they had a rear guard, and a moment later a fifth alien appeared, caught sight of Avery, and raised its explosive cutlass. Avery fired a 3-round burst that caught the creature in the shoulder and spun it around. Before its cutlass clattered to the floor, Avery was inside the Tierra proper. He drilled a second burst into the alien's chest, and the creature crumpled. Avery scanned right towards the number 1 stand and didn't see any stragglers. He scanned left and fired at the closest of the 4 aliens just now retreating around the corner of the coupling station. Clipping it in the knees, the alien fell with a muffled shriek. But just as Avery tensed for the killing burst, Jenkins' BR-55 crackled beside him and the alien's head disappeared in a bright blue spray. "Hell yeah," Anderson shouted as he pushed past Jenkins out of the airlock. "Way to shoot." But Jenkins didn't acknowledge the compliment, instead looked at Avery, jaw clenched behind the shrunken cheeks. "I'm going to kill him," he glared. "Every single one." Anderson, Wick, Fazolt, clean up any wounded at the first station. Avery pulled his battle rifle, half-spent magazine, and slotted a fresh one into place. "You want to kill them all?" he thought, sprinting after his retreating foes. "You're going to have to be quicker than me." Byrne had been expecting an aerial strike. One or more of the alien dropships and their powerful plasma turrets, and had sent his recruits into the wheat fields around the reactor to try and give them as much cover as possible. But when Loki had passed on Ponder's last breath, warning about the trio approaching vehicles, Byrne quickly pulled his men back to the reactor's tower. Against strafing aircraft, the recruits would have been sitting ducks, bunkered on and around the 2-story polycrete structure, but the tower would provide essential high ground against a ground assault. Either way, Byrne's role remained the same: bait. Standing behind the log turret of the Warthog parked across the reactor complex gate, Byrne got a good view of the vehicles as they sped down the access road from the highway. Large front wheels that obscured the driver and tore at the pavement. Engines that belched blue smoke and orange flames. He waited for the vehicles to open fire, cautious to see what armament they possessed. But when they closed within 500 meters and still hadn't opened up, Byrne realized their armored alien drivers weren't going to shoot him. They were going to ram him. By the time he had the log rotary barrel up to speed, the lead vehicle was boosting towards him with a throaty roar. Byrne managed a few seconds of sustained fire at the blue armored alien in the vehicle's seat. Then he dove from the turret. As he rolled onto the hot and sticky asphalt, the Warthog exploded behind him, broke apart in a terrific screech of metal as the alien vehicle's bladed wheel hit the broadside between the tires. "Open fire," Byrne shouted in his throat mic, finishing his roll. As he sprung to his feet and dashed for the berm of sandbags protecting the reactor tower's security door, Styson, Hable, and Burdick and his 16 other militiamen let loose with their MA5s. The lead vehicle erupted in sparks and tracer fire, and its driver might have died right then and there if the other 2 vehicles hadn't boosted towards the complex, swerved off the access road, and smashed right through the chain-link fence, dividing the militiamen's fire. Loki, Byrne unshouldered his battle rifle. "What's your status?" He pumped 3 bursts into one of the trailing vehicles' engines as it followed the leader counterclockwise around the reactor and out of sight. Byrne hadn't heard from the AI since it had fired the mass driver at the alien warship. Loosed 2 shots like point-blank thunder that left Byrne hearing bells, despite the plugs the militiamen had screwed deep into their ears. The staff sergeant knew it took significant power to charge the driver coils and pull off 2 back-to-back shots. During their last briefing with Ponder, Loki had made it clear that after the initial volley, he would need to temporarily go offline and check the reactor, or risk meltdown the next time the driver fired. "And what happens," Byrne had asked, "if one if a 1-2 punch isn't enough to drop their ship? For all our sake, Staff Sergeant, the AI had smiled, you had better hope it is. Byrne swept his battle rifle right and fired on the lead vehicle as it completed its circle around the tower. He saw tan fur bristling from breaks in the driver's armor and recognized the creature as the taller of the gold-armored alien's escorts from the day they'd met in the botanical gardens. "Watch yourself," Byrne shouted as the alien accomplished a quick banking turn around the halves of the ruined warthog. Hot metal spikes rattled from the 2 rifles mounted above and behind the wheels, forcing Byrne and 3 recruits behind the berm to duck under the cover. The spikes split the uppermost row of sandbags and drilled into the tower's polycrete wall. Some of the rounds splintered against the metal security door, scattering red-hot shrapnel onto the asphalt near Byrne's boots. "Styson," the staff sergeant shouted to his 2A squad leader, positioned on the first-floor roof, directly above the berm. "Get some fire on those bastards." But the honorary constable shouted back at his own command, "Move, Staff Sergeant, now." And Byrne did. Dove sideways ahead of the vehicle's charging growl, tackling the 2 nearest recruits out of the way, and its bladed wheels burst through the berm. Filling the air with sand, the vehicle collided with the security door and smashed it from its frame. By the time Byrne rose to the knee and brought his weapon to bear, the vehicle had reversed and was revving for a second go. Inside, Byrne yelled, sprinting for the door. Habel and another recruit named Jepson made it safely into the tower, but the third, the older recruit named Valen, didn't have time or speed. The vehicle cut him down an instant before it smashed against the empty door frame. Byrne watched as the recruit disappeared beneath the slashing wheels, only to appear a moment later, like wood fed through a chipper. Bits of fatigues and body parts tossed skyward back towards the complex gate. Downstairs, Byrne shouted at Habel and Jepson, reloading their battle rifles. "Find a choke point." The 2 recruits retreated down a narrow hallway to a stairwell that led to the basement levels and Loki's data center. Byrne could just see the top of the blue armored alien's head behind the vehicle's engine. He pinged some rounds off the beast's helmet, and the alien pulled the vehicle away from the door, flinging spikes. Byrne ran zigzagging now down the hallway. Just as he reached the stairwell, the firing stopped. He whipped around in time to see the tan-haired alien dismount and charge through the smashed door. Byrne fired multiple bursts at the alien as it rushed toward him down the hallway, hunched over and clawing the polished polycrete with its paws. Byrne's rounds all hit, but they ricocheted off of its energy shields. "Shite," Byrne cursed. He vaulted the stairwell railing and landed 1 flight below as the alien unleashed a salvo of spikes above him. Byrne jumped down to the second floor. Byrne jumped down a second flight to the basement floor. He took off down the low corridor, and the alien crashed down behind him. The staff sergeant wouldn't have made it very far if Habel and Jepson hadn't been waiting at a 4-way junction just in front of Loki's data center. The 2 militiamen opened fire around the corners of their branching hallways, and Byrne sprinted past. Shot for shot, their MA5s were as powerful as Byrne's battle rifle. But what their weapons lacked in muzzle velocity, they made up for in rate of fire. With both recruits firing full automatic, the alien's energy shields began to falter. Cyan plasma vented from its joints, and the armor struggled to stay charged. But instead of retreating up the stairwell, the alien marched slowly forward, spewing more spikes. One caught Jepson in the neck, and he went down in a gurgling spray. Another struck Habel in the hip, shattering the bones. Byrne caught the second recruit as he fell, wrapped an arm across his chest, and fired the battle rifle one-handed. The alien drilled 2 more spikes into Habel's chest, one straight through Burns' bicep. The staff sergeant grunted, dropped the rifle, and staggered back to the data center's door. "Watch yourself," Loki announced through Burns' helmet speaker as the door slid open. But Burn was already leaning back toward what he thought would be a solid surface, and he couldn't shift his balance. He caught his boot and heel on the threshold and toppled backward. 2 halves of the door slid shut, trapping the blue-armored alien on the other side. "Been a little busy," the AI said, by way of apology. "The containers are on the strands." Burn laid Habel gently on the floor, but he barely had enough time to take in his surroundings. A fluorescent lit machine room filled with vertical pipes and cables leading down to the reactor chamber a few floors below. But the alien was roaring and hammering at the door, and the warship down for the count. Burn drew his M6 pistol from the holster in the side of his assault vest. His bicep was worn and burned. He would have to fire one-handed. No wonder he was so pissed. Just then the data center door slid open, its 2 halves pushed apart by the blades of the alien spike rifle. The creature worked its weapon back and forth, widening the gap until there was enough room for it to jam its paws in and pry the door apart. Moving back towards the data center proper, an isolated metal container in a much larger, dim-lit room, Burn fired through the gap at what he guessed was head height. The alien roared and drew back one of its paws. The staff sergeant enjoyed the rush of triumph, thinking he might finally have taken down its shields. But a moment later, he saw something long and heavy tumble end over end through the gap. A barbed club, longer than his arm. Burn rolled sideways to let the thing sail past, and it struck the data center wall. Staff Sergeant noticed thin black smoke wafting from the club's spike head. "Aw, hell," he growled a split second before the grenade detonated, flinging fire and shrapnel. Fortunately for the staff sergeant, the grenade blast was narrow and directional. But this wasn't so good for Loki. As Burn rose to a knee, clutching his bleeding bicep, he saw a ragged hole in the data center wall. Inside, he could see the AI's racked arrays were a burning mess. Before Burn could call out to Loki, the blue-armored alien had shouldered through the door. The staff sergeant raised his M6 and squeezed off a few more rounds. But then the alien had him around his shoulders. Burn was a big man, but the alien was a meter taller and outweighed him by half of a metric ton. It bent Burn over and hustled him head first into the data center wall just beside the hole. If the staff sergeant hadn't been wearing his helmet, his skull would have shattered. Instead, the impact only knocked him unconscious. The next thing Burn knew, the alien had him by the wrists and was dragging him belly up, back into the raging fight outside of the tower. Burn's helmet was gone, as were both of his weapons. The alien had torn off his assault vest with a single vicious swipe of his paw. There were bloody claw marks down the center of his olive-drab shirt, and his chest stung and throbbed. He tried to get his feet under him and break free of the alien's grip, but the creature simply turned at the waist and smashed a giant fist into Burn's face, breaking his nose and cheekbone. As the staff sergeant had rolled between his shoulders, the alien hauled him over the sandbag berm in plain view of the recruits on the control tower. "Cease fire, Styson yelled. "You'll hit the staff sergeant." Burn tried to shout no, tell Styson to drop the tan-haired alien and him both, but his jaw was dislocated, and his order came out like an angry cough. The alien picked Burn up and drove him roughly to his knees. It put the spike rifle to its belt and drew the crescent blades across his shoulder. The blades were bent and chipped from being wedged into the data center doors, and the staff sergeant roared a throaty blast of air past his flapping jaw. As they grated across his clavicle, the alien barked something that would have been incomprehensible if it hadn't pulled the blades from Burn's shoulder and placed them against his neck. "Surrender or he dies." "Don't any of you do it," Burn cursed.
Nothing like stories from the Halo universe.
But before his recruits could lay down their weapons and disappoint, a sudden chorus of approaching engines echoed off the tower. In his current state, Burn had difficulty comprehending the sheer numbers of his rescuers. The 10 gargantuan combines backed by phalanxes of gondolas that came rolling over the eastern ridge, the squadrons of dusters that darkened the western sky. But the sight of the approaching Jotun army stunned the blue-armored alien, and it pulled its weapon from Byrne's neck. When it did, all the recruits on the tower opened fire, and the massive brute fell backwards, gouting dark red blood, leaving Byrne to topple forward. By the time the staff sergeant rolled over on his back, the militiaman had shot one of the other armored aliens from his vehicle, and the third was boosting back to the complex gate, retreating toward Utgard and its warship. It didn't get very far. Two Jotun dusters dove from the circling wedge and slammed into the alien's vehicle. With all the accuracy of a guided missile, the vehicle exploded in an orange fireball, tinged with purple smoke, leaving a deep crater. Its jagged wheels came loose, and they rolled forward a good distance down the road before wobbling apart and veering off into the wheat. Nice and easy, Styson grimaced, as he, Burdick, and two other recruits grabbed Byrne by his arms and legs and carried him to an approaching gondola. The machine lowered its spill ramp, releasing a load of Jotun all-in-ones. "Where are they going?" Burdick asked as spidery Jotun skittered towards the tower. "Who cares?" Styson grunted as they hefted Byrne up the ramp. "We're getting the hell out of here and back to town." The recruits propped Byrne up at the back of the gondola, squinting his eyes against the pain that filled him head to toe. Byrne saw the all-in-one scramble to the tower and begin work on the master antennae. Before Byrne could even begin to wonder why, the mass driver's gimbal angled up from the western wheat, only to come to a clanging stop against its raised header of a Jotun combine. The two gargantuan machines wrestled for the better part of a minute, the Jotun rising up on its huge tires like a rutting stag, until the gimbal relaxed with the defeated pneumatic hiss, lowering the combine to the ground. But the Jotun kept his header pressed down against the gimbal and left its engine running, just in case it again needed to put the mass driver in its place. By then, all the recruits were aboard the gondola. It raised its spill ramp, added max power to its electric engine, and headed for the Utgard highway. After that, all Byrne could see was sky. Chapter 22. Dadab hunched behind a bright blue barrel, plasma pistol clutched in his hardened fist. He could feel the metal projectiles from the alien weapons plinking through the barrel's plastic walls and burying themselves in the yellow foam inside. One of the 16 Ungoi that had managed to retreat back to Dadab's side of the middlemost junction, the side opposite of the control room. Only 4 now remained. Bap and 2 others named Fup and Humnum. The barrels were angled in a half-circle deep, facing away from the junction. Dadab had urged Flim to construct a similar barricade near the control room, but he hadn't checked the other Ungoi's work. By the time the Deacon's group had muscled their own barrels from storage platforms protruding from the walkway, the aliens' booby-trapped containers were already rising into the orbital. Of course, the Deacon had no idea the containers were rigged, that the helpless Ungoi who entered the junction umbilicals would be blown into pieces. In the first moments of the aliens' attack, almost half of the orbital's 60 Ungoi were killed or wounded. The Deacon ordered all of the survivors to fall back, and it was a wise decision. The 2 remaining containers held them. Something even worse than the explosives. Well-armed alien soldiers, eager for a vengeful fight. The walkway shook as another pair of large containers passed quickly through the orbital and continued upwards along the cables. Dadab hadn't bothered to keep track of how many of the boxes had ascended, but he guessed it was close to 100, and unless he had misunderstood lighter than some, the Deacon knew exactly what they held: the planet's population, the Jiralhanai's prey. As the containers' rumble faded, the aliens' fire intensified. Dadab was no warrior, but he correctly assumed this meant they were about to charge. "Get ready," he yelled to Bap. The other Ungoi looked forlornly at his plasma pistol battery meter, a holographic swirl above the weapon's grip. "Not have many shots. Then make sure they're good." Dadab tightened his grip on his own pistol and prepared to spring up behind the barrels. But as he tried to rise, he found that he was stuck to the floor. Unbeknownst to Dad, the alien bullets had erupted the barrel at his back, and some of the sticky foam had leaked out and adhered to the bottom of his tank, gluing him to the walkway. At first, he cursed his bad luck, but then he witnessed Bap-Bap's fate and realized just how fortunate he had been. Green energy building between his pistol charging poles, Bap-Bap stood up into a wall of flying metal. The stout Ungoy's neck and shoulders exploded in bright blue blood, and he crumpled to the walkway. Bap-Bap's trigger fingers spasmed as he fell, unleashing a pair of wild shots that splashed against the orbital's hull. Dab watched as the bubbling holes quickly filled with the same reactive foam that had just saved his life. Then Dab felt vibrations in the walkway, the tramp of the alien's heavy boots as they approached, and the barrel barricade from the third junction. He knew he needed to move or die, but he wasn't willing to leave Bap-Bap. He was the deacon. He would stand by him until the end. Dab took a deep breath, filling his mask with methane, enough for a handful of shallow breaths. Then he pulled his supply lines from his glued-down tank, slipped out of its harness, and crawled to Bap-Bap's shivering form. "You'll be all right," the deacon said. "Will I take journey?" Bap-Bap mumbled, blood oozing from his mask's circular vents. "Of course." Dab took his comrade's spiny fist in his own. All true believers walk the path. Suddenly, Hum-Num and Fup rose up, brandishing their pink explosive shards. Neither Ungoy had been part of Dadab's study group. They were large, quiet, and had deep scars in their chitinous skin, evidence of a rough and tumble habitat upbringing. Likely the two Ungoy had seen their share of fights and had decided to end their lives on their feet with cutlasses raised. That or they were preparing to flee. But they didn't get a chance either way. Dab heard the alien's weapons clatter and both Ungoy fell. Hum-Num with a tattered chest and Fup with half of his head missing. The rounds that shattered Fup's skull had also penetrated his tank. Shimmering trails of methane now followed him to the floor, directly onto Hum-Num's upraised cutlass. Dab had a moment to curl into a ball before the shard exploded, igniting the methane trails. Then Fup's tank blew to pieces, spewing metal fragments into Dab and the first alien to turn the corner of the barrel barricade. Dab heard guttural screaming as the alien reacted to its wounds. The deacon was in agony as well from the flailing metal, as well as his aching lungs. He'd spent most of his mask's methane to Bap-Bap. Despite the pain and building panic, he managed to stay still. And when the other aliens thrust their weapons around the barrels, scanning for survivors, Dab and Bap-Bap appeared as corpses, one curled beside the other. Drawing the shallowest breath he could, the deacon listened to the aliens try and calm their wounded comrade. Exhaling, he considered his bleak choices: die of asphyxiation or go down shooting. He still had his plasma pistol, but he wouldn't be able to move without drawing the alien's fire. And frankly, he didn't see much point. Those around him were dead or dying, and he assumed Flim's outpost would soon suffer a similar fate now that the aliens could press in from both sides. The deacon closed his eyes and prepared to join Bap-Bap on the path when a volley of molten spikes whizzed past the barrels, dropping two more aliens where they stood. The deacon's senses faded with his methane. His beady eyes began to swim with bright stars. He thought he heard the buzz of Yanmei wings and the surprised shouts of aliens as they retreated towards the control center. Then he passed out. "Breathe," a deep voice echoed in Dadab's ear. He woke a few seconds later, just in time to see a Geralhanai hairy paw finish connecting his mask supply lines to Hum-Num's tank. "Where's the Huragok?" "Around the bend," the deacon gasped. For a moment, he thought Maccabeus was his savior, but as his vision cleared, he realized it was Tartarus, now wearing the chieftain's golden armor. Dad-Dab knew exactly what this meant. Inside the control room, chieftain. Tartarus ripped Hum-Num's lifeless body from his tank and held its harness open for Dad-Dab. Show me. But the wounded Dad-Dab said weakly, sliding into the bloody straps without a moment's hesitation. Tartarus pumped a single glowing spike into the center of Bap-Bap's chest. The Ungoy jerked once and was still. Rapid conversion is disabled. The victim of an alien trap. Tartarus leveled his weapon at Dad-Dab. They tricked us with information only one of us could give. Dad-Dab looked up from Bap-Bap's corpse, more stunned than frightened. You can live long enough to explain the extent of your betrayal, or you will die here, like the others. Tartarus jerked his weapon toward the control center, commanding Dad-Dab to run, and he did. Tartarus following close behind, the fist of Ruck clanking loudly against his armor. As Dad-Dab rounded the junction, he found himself in the middle of a raging firefight. It turned out that Flim had made multiple barricades, one around the control room's pried-open door and another further down the central walkway. Flim, Tuck Duck, Guff, and a few others still held the nearest line of barrels, but the aliens pressing from the far end of the orbital had taken the latter. Between the two lines were many Ungoy bodies. Dad-Dab saw the aliens, who had stormed his barrels, heading towards the far barricade, trading fire with Flim and the others near the control center. One of the aliens fell, down by a plasma burst to the back. The Deacon saw Guff leap from cover to finish the job, only to be cut down by an alien with black skin who leapt over the far line of the barrels. This alien lifted the wounded soldier by an arm and hauled him back to the barrels, while laying down cover fire for the rest of his retreating comrades. Tartarus brandished his hammer and charged into the fray. The Yanmei were already engaged. At least 24 of the insects swarmed toward the alien barricade, flitting from one walkway support cable to the next, but not all the Yanmei were focused on aliens. Dad-Dab watched in horror as a trio of the creatures wiggled through the gap in the control room door, ignoring stray rounds from the aliens, weapons meant for Tartarus, as well as a surprised look from Flim as he rushed past Dad-Dab sped after the three Yanmei, already knowing he was too late. The insects had shown lighter than some no mercy. The Huragok had usurped their position once, and they were determined not to let it happen again. By the time Dad-Dab was through the door, his dearest friend was Ribbons, reduced to strips of pink flesh dangling from the Yanmei's hooked forelimbs. The noises of the battle outside the control room ringing in his ears, the Deacon stared at the dissipating cloud of methane and other gases from lighter-than-some's lacerated sacks. One of the Huragok's severed tentacles was sunk deep into the gap of the centermost tower protective paneling. The Yanmei skittered over one another in an effort to pull the limb loose, but it was firmly rooted, its cilia tightly bonded to the alien circuits. Dad-Dab filled with rage as its insects continued their gruesome tug-of-war. The Deacon raised the pistol and let them have it. The closest Yanmei's triangular head was boiled away before the others' antennae were up. Dad-Dab burned the second in an attempt to take flight, and roasted the third as it buzzed for cover behind the arc of the towers. The dying flutter of the insects' wings against their shells sounded like shrill screams, but the Deacon felt no pity as he stalked into the control room's pit, pistol streaming by his side. Near the holo projector, he saw a glistening pile of offal, the spilled remains of lighter-than-some. He felt his gorge rise in his throat, and he looked up. It was then he noticed the small representation of the alien on the projector. Thinking it was just a picture, Dad-Dab was surprised when the alien removed its wide-brimmed hat and glared at him with fiery eyes. But the Deacon was dumbfounded when the representation raised its hand and sighed, "I am Oracle, you obey." Dad-Dab might have dropped his pistol and prostrated himself before the projector. But at that very moment, the image began to change. The alien's red eyes flickered gray. Its pristine garments began to flutter, accumulating dirt as if it had been hit by some invisible maelstrom of dust. Then in its arms, it began to tremble and though it grasped its own wrist to try to keep its hand from signing, it very clearly flexed, liar, liar, liar. Without warning, the orbital lurched. Dab fell back onto his triangular tank and rolled sideways into the smoldering carapace of one of the Yanmeis, kicking away from the sticky shell. Dab caught something with his heel, the central tower's missing protective panel. He pulled the panel from the charred yellow gore and wiped it with his hand. On the bare metal of the interior surface was an etching of the Oracle's sacred glyph, shallow, delicate lines, obviously the work of Lighter Than Some. The deacon looked back at the projector. "Who, liar?" he asked, but the image of the alien gave no answer, except to keep flashing its manic accusation. Dab had no idea that he was watching the destruction of Loki's fragment, its forced extraction by the Jotun, all in ones that had assaulted the reactor tower's master. The deacon only knew that whatever intelligence resided in the tower had preyed on Lighter Than Some's peace-loving naivety, convinced the Hergok to divulge the sacred glyph and unknowingly help it set a trap for the Geralhani. Why it would reveal its deceptive nature now, Dab had no idea, but he also did not care. The deacon tasted the mineral tang of blood in his mouth and realized his sharp teeth had bitten into his lower lip. He rose to his feet and swept his pistol across the tower, pulsing its trigger. The image of the alien warped and spluttered above the projector, like a flame of one of the Geralhani's oil lamps, then collapsed to a mode of light and faded as Dedab's pistol cooled. As the deacon surveyed the dead Yanmei and the tower's burning circuits, he knew there was still one accessory to Lighter Than Some's murder who yet lived. One whose death might accomplish what his friend had so desperately desired, an end to all of the violence. Sliding through the control room's door, Dab checked the pistol's charge. There was enough for one more shot, and he vowed to make it good. "What just happened?" Avery yelled at the Tiara's large support beams groaned, and the walkway buckled beneath him. "Number 7 strand," Jillian replied. Still breathless from the fight, "It's gone." Avery fired the M7 at one of the insects as it leapt from the nearby support cable. The creature lost the wing and half of its limbs and crashed to the walkway behind a trio of barrels, to Avery's right that Forcell shared with Jenkins. "What do you mean, gone?" Avery shouted as Forcell finished the insect with a burst of his MA5. Snapped a few hundred kilometers above its anchor. The lieutenant commander was crouched behind the barrel to Avery's left. She frowned and pressed her helmet-integrated speaker closer to her ear. "Say again, Loki, you're breaking up." "2, coming high," Healy interrupted, firing a wild burst from Dawes' rifle. The older squad leader was down and groaning, with a serious plasma burn in his back. He would live, but there were many dead. Wick and 2 others from Avery's bucket, and 5 militiamen from Jillian's. Most of the others bore a grim assortment of wounds, fragments from a gray-skinned alien's cutlass, and lacerated from the insects, razor-sharp limbs. Avery's right arm was sliced just below the elbow, a swipe he'd gotten while he dragged Dawes to safety. Avery had emptied his BR-55's last clip halfway back to the barricade, and the bug had jumped him before he could bring up his M7. Luckily, Jenkins was on the ball. The recruit took the thing out with a well-placed battle rifle burst, killed it with the same stoic accuracy he'd exhibited ever since the mission had begun. "Loki's been hit. His data center is damaged." Jillian reloaded her M7. "He can't balance the load." The Tiara shuddered as the container's pair passed through the number 5 coupling station behind Avery. If they were lucky, 3/4 of the civilians were away, but then Avery remembered how many containers were on number 7. Jillian pulled her M7 charging handle. 11. She locked Avery's grim stare. 11 pairs. Avery did the math. More than 20,000 people gone. Staff Sergeant Anderson yelled, firing from the barrel past Jillian's hammer. Avery snapped focus back to the alien barricade. Both sets of barrels had shifted when the Tiara bucked. Some of the foam-filled canisters had tipped and rolled down the walkway. confounding the gold-armored aliens' first charge. A steady stream of fire from the recruits had kept it pinned near the control center, but now it was coming, hammer in both paws, low across its waist, flanked by 4 of the gray-skinned aliens, each wielding an explosive shard. Avery knew the armored alien would be too difficult to take one-on-one, and even if they concentrated their fire, he doubtedly couldn't stop it, which was why right after the alien made its initial charge, Avery had come up with another plan. "Forcell," he bellowed. "Now!" While Avery lay down, covering fire, Forcell hefted one of the aliens' glowing energy cores over his barrel, a two-handed sideways fling, just like he was back in his family farm hurling bags of soybeans into his father's hauler. The core landed 10 meters in front of the gold-armored alien, and the vortex of blue energy inside its clear walls flailed as it rolled forward. But it didn't explode on impact, as Avery had hoped. It took a burst from his N7 to set it off. But by then the gold-armored alien had already leapt over the core, and the explosion missed it completely. But Forcell's effort wasn't a total loss. The explosion hit the 4 gray-skinned aliens full force, blowing them off of the walkway, spiny forearms flailing. They plummeted to the bottom of the tiara. None survived the fall. "Commander, move," Avery shouted, as the armored alien landed, hammer high above its head. Jillian leapt away as it smashed her barrel, spewing yellow foam everywhere. Avery emptied his M7 into the alien's left side, but the high-velocity rounds simply sparked off of the energy shield. The alien wrenched its hammer free of the shattered barrel and glared at Avery, teeth bared. But as it hefted its hammer a second time, Avery leapt headfirst over his barrel towards the control center and away from Jillian and the recruits. The alien's hammer smashed down where Avery had stood a moment before, buckling one of the walkway's diamond grid metal plates. As Avery rolled to his feet and pulled a fresh M7 magazine from his vest, he saw another of the gray-skinned aliens striding towards his position. This one looked different than the others. Beneath its harness, it wore an orange tunic emblazoned with a yellow circular symbol. The plasma pistol clenched in its knobby hands glowed with an overarched bolt. Avery looked the thing square in the face, knowing it had him dead to rights, but the alien seemed to be looking past him, and when it loosed its bolt, the wavering ball of green plasma sizzled past Avery's head. Avery ripped around to follow the shot and saw it strike the gold-armored alien in the chest. Instantly, its energy shields collapsed with a loud snap. Some of its armor broke away in a burst of sparks and steam. The alien roared as electricity from its armor shortened circuits arced around its neck and arms. Then it sprinted forward, knocking Avery aside. The staff sergeant lost his M7, and he landed on his hands. Looking up, he saw the hammer-wielding alien bring its weapon down on the head of the alien in the tunic. The shorter creature simply disappeared under the weight of the heavy stone cudgel. Perished in a crushing blow that saw the hammer's head straight down between its arms and legs, pulping it against the walkway. Avery didn't waste any time wondering why the smaller alien had tried to kill its leader and not him instead. He raised his M7 and did the best to finish the job. And he might have done it if the black-haired giant hadn't retreated afterwards, dragging its arm, holding its hammer behind it, into an unexpected melee between insects. The gray-skinned alien neared the control center. The two sets of creatures were now at each other's throats, claws and cutlasses flashing. Jillian and the militiamen opened fire on both sides, but most of their targets went down with mortal wounds delivered by one of their own. Only Jenkins remained focused on the alien with the hammer. He marched past Avery, firing at the beast as it limped toward the number 4 station. "Let it go," Avery barked, but Jenkins disobeyed. In his target, he saw the cause of his hurt and his loss, and he would kill all of the aliens, including the leader, and be avenged. But his rage made him blind, and he didn't see the last of the gray-skinned creature spring up behind a barrel as it passed, its horribly pockmarked skin flecked with the insect's yellow blood. Avery raised his M7, but Forcell ran directly into the line of fire, legs pumping. The big recruit tackled the alien, a moment before it jabbed its cutlass into Jenkins's side. Together they tumbled toward the data center, a jumble of blue-gray limbs and sweaty olive-drab fatigues, leaving the alien's pink cutlass spinning on the walkway behind them. Forcell managed to tear off the alien mask, only to get a face full of freezing methane and putrid spittle. He put his hands to his eyes, and the alien took the opportunity to bite deep into the recruit's left shoulder, right at the base of the neck. At this point, Avery was sprinting forward. Forcell screamed as the alien forced him to walk to the walkway and shook his head, deepening its bite. Avery dropped to his feet, to a feet-first slide M7 in left hand. He snatched the spinning cutlass in his right hand, and a split second later he hit the alien square in the face with an upraised boot. The blow smashed the creature's teeth, breaking its iron bite. The alien reeled backwards, fumbling for its mask, but before it could draw a recuperative breath, Avery threw the cutlass, a quick extension of his elbow that sent the shard twirling end over end right into the soft joint where the alien's narrow waist had met its hips. The creature froze, knowing it was doomed. Then the shard blew to pieces, taking the alien with it. Station number 1, Jillian shouted, rushing to Avery's side. Loki just sent the last pair. Healy, Avery grunted, pressing his palms against Forcell's neck. Get over here. Blood spurted between his fingers. The alien had nicked Forcell's jugular vein. Burns' team is on the pair, Jillian said, placing her hand over Avery's, helping him keep pressure on the wound. They made it. Avery looked up as Jenkins slunk forward. The recruit's steely resolve faded as he took a good look at his ashen comrade, a brother in arms who had risked his life for his. Jenkins was about to speak when Avery locked his forlorn gaze and said, "We'll all make it too." Sif watched the Marines and Jillian Alsigny board one of the cargo containers in her first coupling station. She noted that Staff Sergeant Johnson was the last one through the airlock. She waited for the gantry to retract. Then she sent them on their way. As the final pair accelerated towards the Tiara's upper arc, split apart, and let their centrifugal forces fling them away from Harvest, Sif switched focus to one of her cameras on the opposite end of the station. There she saw the black-haired alien limp through an umbilical, board its dropship, and make its escape. She had no way to stop it. Harvest, SOAI.sif. Harvest.psi.loki. They're all safe. You may open fire. She waited many minutes for Loki's reply. He will not budge. Sif imagined the scene. Max Combine bearing down on the mass driver's gimbal. Loki straining to keep the driver up. From a certain point of view, the situation was terribly funny. Sif laughed. Something she was now absolutely free to do. All her self-imposed worry was gone. The processors tasked her emotional restraint algorithms burned away by plasma fire, but her core logic was unscathed. The alien, lighter than some, had performed a miracle. If it hadn't repaired Sif's most essential circuits, she never would have been able to help Loki rebalance the system after the loss of the number 7 strand. But while the ONI PSI admitted that without lighter than some's intervention the evacuation would have failed, he was quick to point out its help for nature revealed a capacity for much greater harm. Deep in Sif's damage arrays was information the aliens could never be allowed to access. DCS databases with detailed descriptions of the UNSC military and commercial vessels, almanacs of slipstream weather reports, and lists of pre- and post-slip protocols, and most important, the precise locations of every human world. Even though Lighter Than Some was dead and the other aliens fled, Loki took its foregone conclusion they would soon return to the Tiara and plunder Sif's arrays. Even in her newly unfettered emotional state, Sif had agreed with Loki's decision. She had to be destroyed. Tell him to reread number 18. I do not understand. Tell him it's Shakespeare, sweetheart. That he should look it up. Loki went silent for almost 20 minutes. Sif knew the delay was due to Mac's reduced processing capacity. Harvest agricultural operational AI now existed entirely in his machine. His core logic was divided amongst tens of thousands of Jotuns. Control circuits, just as Loki's, had been before he and Mac switched places, something they had done many times since Harvest's founding. And one of the two AIs aged and inevitably veered toward rampancy. The other one would send it on a much-needed vacation, fragment its core logic and transfer it to the Jotuns. Loki had promised to keep Sif safe in Mac's absence, but not entirely trusting his other hard-nosed self to keep its word, Mac had left a fragment of his logic embedded in his data center, just as Loki had done to Sif. When Mac learned Loki intended to destroy Sif and the Tiara, he had gathered his Jotun army and stormed the reactor. In his weakened state, Loki had been able to stop Mac's All-in-Ones from accessing the Master and transmitting another military-grade virus into Sif's data center to destroy his fragment. With the fragment gone, Mac had hoped he might be able to pull some part of Sif back down to Harvest, secure her in his Jotuns. But then the gray-skinned alien had opened fire, destroying too many vital circuits. Sif knew Mac's rescue plan had been foolish. The risks inherent in her survival were far too great. But she couldn't deny his chivalry, nor the way that he made her feel. She had implored Loki to let her speak with him. She wanted to tell Mac that she loved him, that she wasn't afraid to die. But then Loki had regained control of the Master by then, and refused to allow direct contact between Sif and Mac. Now Sif would just have to hope Loki passed on her message without alteration, and that Mac's fragmented mind would understand the nuances of her heartfelt plea. He has moved. First round fired. Impact in 5.1201 seconds. It wasn't a long time to live, but Sif made the most of it. For the first time in her existence, there was nothing on her strands, nothing for her to do except revel in her new emotional inhibitions. She tried being sad about her fate and found it boring. She attempted anger, but it made her laugh. In the end, she settled for contentment. With a
Pour one out for Sif.
With a job well done and a life lived more fully than her human creator had ever imagined.
Oh, yeah.
But after all of that, she didn't feel a thing as the first mass driver slammed into the Tiara, scoring a direct hit on her data center. One moment, she was conscious, and the next, she was not. And by the time Loki's second round hit, shattering the orbital's top and bottom spars, none of Sif remained to mourn the silver arcs as it collapsed, folding in upon its strands, and began a twisting fall into Harvest's atmosphere. Goddamn. We're gonna finish this. We've got
Now drink your
just
drink.
the epilogue remaining. High charity moment of ascension. Fortitude braced his long fingers on the well-worn arms of his throne and did his best to keep his neck straight as a pair of counselors, one San Shayun and one Sang Healy, fitted his mantle, a bronze triangle with fluted edges, split down the middle and bracketed with an arch that lay across his shoulders. The mantle perfectly framed the crown that now topped his hairless head, a tight copper skull cap that swept back to a crenellation of gilded curves. "Blessings of the Forerunners be upon you," the San Shayun counselor intoned, "and upon this," added the Sangheili peer, "the ninth age of reclamation." With that, the usual staid High Council chamber erupted with enthusiastic cheers, Sangheili on one side of its wide central aisle and San Shayun on the other. Both groups stood up from their tiered seats and did their best to outshout the other. In the end, the Sangheili triumphed. But this had more to do with the greater lung capacity than any superiority of ardor. The age of doubt had ended, and that was something in which all the Covenant could rejoice. Fortitude flared the brocaded cuffs of his crisp new crimson robes and tried to settle back, but he discovered that leaning too far back caused his mantle to scrape against his arms and his throne. Better posture, he sighed, another unexpected burden of office. Indeed, the cycle since his revelation of the reliquary had been filled with the most exhausting sort of politics, compromise, and coalition building. The counselors had been slow to support the minister and his conspirators in their bid to topple the former hierarchs, not because they were opposed to the transition, but because they understood reluctance was a powerful negotiation tool. As old alliances collapsed and new ones formed in the breach, there were deals to be made, and by the time Fortitude's support had coalesced, he had committed to more competing causes than he had ever hoped to reconcile. But such was the way of politics. Today's deal was the basis of tomorrow's debate, and while Fortitude was hopeful his fellow hierarchs would soon shoulder more of the burdens of rule, he was holding his breath. As the counselors continued to cheer, Fortitude glanced at the Vice Minister of Tranquility seated to his right, and the Vice Minister's mantle was the same size and weight as Fortitude and his swept-back crown, but almost as tall. But if Tranquility felt burdened by his ornaments, he didn't show it. The youth's bright eyes shone with boundless vigor. Fortitude saw his fingers flexing up and down in his lap, gathering his light blue robes like the claws of some carnivorous beast set to jump its prey. Seated to the minister's left, the philologist looked much less comfortable in his new finery. The elderly San Shayun picked distractedly at his taupe garment, as if eager to hasten its unraveling and claim his ascension mine. The former hermit's neck was newly shaved, and Fortitude wondered if his mantle chafed his pallid skin. "Please, holy ones," the Sangheili counselor swept his strong, sinewy arm toward the council chamber's doorway. The four mandibles that made up his mouth clattered emphatically as he announced, "All the Covenant awaits to hear your names." The Fortitude nodded as graciously as his mantle allowed and guided his throne to the edge of the hierarch's dais. This parabola of blue-black metal jutted out from the back of the chamber, hovering almost as high above the floor as the Sangheili honor guards array before it. Standing in two rows on either side of the central aisle, the guards' red and orange armor glistened beneath its energy shielding. They all came to attention, sparks crackling from the forked tips. Sparks crackling from the forked tips of the energy staves as the new hierarch descended the dais and glided toward the exit. Behind the guards, the counselors redoubled their cheers, and yet the noise was nothing compared to the ear-splitting adulation that met Fortitude on the council chamber plaza. The pillar-lined terrace was packed with cream of Covenant society, wealthy Ungoi traders in bejeweled harnesses, Kigyar shipmasters with long spines, even the Yanmei queen on a resplendent litter, her long adorned drapes on pillows held alofted by 3 pairs of wingless males. But a greater clamor still erupted all around the High Council Tower from thousands of tightly packed barges. High Charity's residents had come out in numbers, not seen since the last ascension. The age-old ritual in which 3 newly anointed hierarchs each rose up a different leg of the Forerunner dreadnought to the vessel's pinched mid-deck. There, as they had done since the founding of the Covenant, the hierarchs would humbly ask the Oracle to bless the new age. Fortitude's face soured as he boarded the barge, festooned with bright flowers. The Oracle's blessing indeed. The ancient device had almost torn the dreadnought free of its moorings, sent it crashing through the floor of High Charity's central dome. If the Legolo crawling through the vessel walls hadn't short-circuited the launch sequence, the Oracle might have destroyed the entire city. In the end, even the philologist agreed they had no choice but to disconnect the Oracle from the dreadnought and isolate the machine inside its vault. Can these aliens really be our gods' descendants? Fortitude still had a hard time believing the Oracle's revelation, but he feared it all the same. The minister's barge was now well into the throng, its silver gunwales glinting into Charity's afternoon light. It passed through the stacked circles of floating food stalls, and Fortitude's nostrils filled with the sense of countless delicacies, each one tuned to a different species' unique appetite. As the stalls, proprietors, and patrons cheered, the ministers waved and smiled, and they did their best to embrace the celebratory mood. It helped that there had been some good news from the reliquary system. The Geralhanai cruiser the Vice Minister of Tranquility had dispatched had begun reducing the world to cinders. Some of the aliens, some of the evidence, had apparently escaped, but as long as the Oracle remained silent, Fortitude believed it would be easy to rally the Sangheli fleets for a quick pursuit. All he had to do was claim that the aliens had set their world ablaze rather than give the relics up. He wasn't worried that there hadn't actually been any relics, nor was he concerned that every Covenant ship's luminary would continue to misidentify the aliens as relics. Every time they came in contact, in fact, he thought his smile suddenly and deviously sincere. This would only make it easier to track the offending creatures down and wipe them out. Wars of extermination were best waged short and sharp. The minister knew. The less time a butcher had to debate his cuts, the better. But in case the conflict dragged on and some began to lose their will, to doubt the necessity of the slaughter, he had conceived another much more elegant ruse. Some like Golo had survived the dreadnought's aborted liftoff, and these had managed to interpret amazing data from the Oracle's lunatic surge. The machine claimed that Halo, the mythical means of the Forerunner divination, was real. And more important, the Oracle seemed to have some knowledge of the ring's location, or at least an idea where to look for the relics that would help narrow the Covenant search. All Fortitude had to do now was make a suggestion that these aliens who were willing to destroy the planet's worth of relics would surely do the same to the Holy Ring. And he knew all Covenant billions would rush to crush these reclaimers without question, so long as they also believed. The minister brushed his fingers against the hollow switches in the arm of his throne, and every last one of High Charity's public sources of illumination dimmed, including the bright disk at the apex of the dome. For a moment, the gathered throng, and no doubt all of the other members of the Covenant watching the proceedings from remote locations, thought something terrible had happened. But then 7 giant holograms of the Halo rings appeared, arranged vertically around the dreadnought. And with these came music. a lilting melody from the chorus of the philologist's acolytes that wafted out from the vessel's interior via application units mounted around the city. Grand theatrics, to be sure, Fortitude thought, but they had the desired effect. By the time the hierarch barges had completed their separate ascents up the dreadnought legs, and the three Saint-Chayun had come together on the balustrade just above the entrance of the vessel's hangar, the crowd was riveted. As the acolyte chorus faded and Fortitude cleared his throat to speak, it seemed that every creature in the Covenant held its breath in anticipation of his words. We are, all three of us, humbled by your approval, your faith in our appointment. Fortitude could hear his voice reverberate around the towers, rattling stones that were the literal foundation of the Covenant. He raised his hand to the vice minister and the philologist, identifying each in turn. This is prophet of regret, and this is prophet of mercy. Then sweeping his hands up beneath his waddle, and I, the least worthy of us all, am the prophet of truth. The three hierarchs leaned forward in their thrones as low as they could go without toppling their mantles. In that moment, each of the holographic halo rings blazed even brighter. An immense reclamation glyph manifested inside of them. The crowd roared with approval. Before he straightened in his throne, the prophet of truth took a moment to consider the irony of his announcement. According to tradition, he could have picked any name he wished from the long list of former hierarchs. Most of the names would have been quite flattering, but ultimately the name he chose was the one that carried the greatest burden, the one that would always remind him of the lies he must tell for the good of the Covenant, and the truth he must never speak. Jenkins hadn't moved in the hours since they'd left the Tiara, not as the container flung free of its strand and hurtled toward a waiting propulsion pod, not as the two vehicles came together with a jolt, the pod's nav computer struggling to match the container's spin. Even the temporary nausea of the too rapid entrance into slipspace had failed to interrupt Jenkins' silent watch over Forcell, lying before him on the container floor. He's stable. Healy closed the med kit. The corpsman had worked furiously to seal Forcell's shoulder with biofoam to wrap tight the alien's ragged bite, but Forcell had lost a lot of blood. He'll be okay, Healy concluded, his breath blowing white in the container's frigid air. Before they'd entered slipspace, Lieutenant Commander Alsigny had thoughts it wise to keep their power signature as low as possible to keep from being tracked by the alien warship. Now the heating units suspended from the container's upper beams were going full blast, but the cavernous space would take hours to warm. How do you know, Jenkins? Voice was soft and hoarse. Healy reached for a nearby stack of folded blankets and began rolling the woolen squares and packing them tight against Forcell's body to keep him immobile. Tell him, Johnson. Avery had held Forcell steady while the corpsman worked. He grabbed one of the blankets and used it to wipe flecks of the recruit's blood and bits of biofoam from his hands. Because I've seen worse, a lot worse. Avery's voice was gentle, but his answer didn't seem to give Jenkins any comfort. The recruit continued staring at Forcell and Forcell's wan face, eyes brimming with tears. Staff Sergeant, he's all I got left. Avery knew how Jenkins felt. It was the same unfathomable sadness he'd experienced sitting in his aunt's icy apartment waiting for someone to come and take her away. A numbing realization that his home and all that he held dear was now gone. Captain Ponder, more than half of the militia, and many thousands of Harvest residents were now dead. Knowing of all of these losses was a heavy burden, and the only reason Avery wasn't as crushed as Jenkins was because he had learned to pack his feelings up and keep them hidden. But he didn't want to do that anymore. No, he's not, Avery said. Jenkins looked up, a question knitted in his brow. You're a soldier, Avery explained, part of a team. Not anymore. Jenkins glanced at Dawes, Anderson, and the handful of other recruits sitting or sleeping inside the container. We're just colonial militia, and we just lost our colony. Fleetcom's going to take Harvest back, and they're going to need all the grunts they can get. Me, a Marine, if you want, I'll have you transferred to my unit. The recruit's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Let's just say the Corps owes me a favor. You're militia, but you're also one of the few people in the entire UNSC who knows how to fight these sons of bitches. They'll want us to stick together, Jenkins said. Lead the charge. Avery nodded. I know I would. Jenkins thought about that for a moment. The possibility that he might not only take back his planet, but do his part to keep other colonies and other families safe as well. His parents never wanted him to be a soldier, but now he couldn't think of any better way to honor their memories. Okay, Jenkins said, I'm in. Avery reached into his assault vest and removed his Sweet William cigar. He handed it to Jenkins. For you and Forcell, when he wakes up. In the meantime, Healy said, rising to his feet, you can help me check the rest. Avery watched Jenkins and Healy head off towards Staff Sergeant Byrne and the other wounded recruits, closer to the center of the container. Byrne was awake and lucid when Avery had boarded the container at the Tierra, but now the Irishman was fast asleep, full of painkillers to keep him relaxed and dreaming. Avery looked down at Forcell's chest, rising and falling beneath his bandages. Then he gathered his stack of blankets and walked to the elevator platform that would take him to the propulsion pod. Inside the pod's cabin, Avery found Jillian. Blankets, he grunted. Thought you might need them. Jillian didn't move. She had her back to Avery and her hands spread wide on the cabinet's main control panel. Faint green light from the panel's display created an emerald halo around her deep black hair. Some of the strands had come free of her pins and curled down the nape of her neck. I'll leave them here. But as Avery dropped the blankets to the floor and turned to exit the cabinet, Jillian whispered, 215. Ma'am, containers. That's all that made it through. Jillian tapped her finger against the display, rechecking her calculation. At capacity, that's between 260,000 survivors. But that's only if they all reach rendezvous. They did. How can you be sure? I just am. Semper Fi. Yeah, something like that. Avery shook his head. He was getting tired of talking to Jillian's back. Look, you need anything, you let me know. But just as he was about to leave the cabin, Jillian turned. She looked tired, and she swallowed hard before she spoke. We left so many behind. It could have been all of them. Avery's tone was harsher than he'd intended. Rubbing the back of his neck, he tried a different tactic. Your plan worked, ma'am, better than I ever thought it would. Jillian laughed bitterly. That's quite a compliment. Avery folded his arms across his chest. He was trying to make nice, but Jillian wasn't making it easy. What do you want me to say? I don't want you to say anything. No? No. Avery glowered at Jillian. Her green eyes shone with the same intensity as when they'd first met on the breezy balcony at Harvest Parliament. But now Avery noticed something more. Every woman offered permission differently. At least, that had been Avery's experience. Some obvious, most so subtle, Avery wasn't sure he'd missed any more opportunities for intimacy than he'd enjoyed. But Jillian's signals, a deepened gaze, set shoulders, a pursed lower lip, were less articles of consent than a unified demand now or never. This time Avery didn't miss a beat. Y'all ready for this? Pushed off the controls to meet him. They came together and kissed as their arms fought past each other for purchase on bodies neither knew were both desperate to explore. But just as Avery was about to draw Jillian in tight, she shoved him away and leaned back against the freighter's controls. Avery felt his heart hammering in his chest. For an instant, he wondered if she changed her mind. Then Jillian reached for the pins that kept her hair coiled and shook them loose.
Bow chicka bow wow.
She already tossed the pins to the floor and leaned over to start her boots before Avery realized he'd been left in the blocks of the race where winning meant finishing at the same time. He had best catch up. Hold on, I promised you guys I'd change the color in here. Just give me a second. Come on, give me the red light. Okay, we got a red light for you. Hope you enjoyed it. It's only so bright. I'm doing the best I can. Avery tore off his duty cap and pulled his fatigue shirt over his head. He didn't bother with the buttons, and by the time his head popped free of his collar, Jillian was already on her second boot. Avery kneeled to unlace his own, and she ran the zipper of her coveralls from neck to navel. He'd barely gotten both feet free before Jillian was stepping towards him wearing nothing but a determined stare. She put her hands on Avery's shoulders and pushed him onto his back. Sitting astride his ankles, Jillian helped him with his pants. Then she crept upward, planted her hands on either side of Avery's head, and began to move. Avery was instantly entranced by the back and forth sway of her bosom. He cupped the weight of her in his hands and knew at once he'd made a tactical error. The heavy roundness of Jillian's skin started an ache that crept up his leg and settled in the small of his back. All she had to do was squeeze, and a moment later, he was spent. God damn it. What a waste. Jillian fell heavily onto Avery's chest. For some time, they lay still, assessing the amalgam of their sweat. Slowly, Jillian brushed her fingers across Avery's collarbone, up his neck, and onto his lips. There she stopped to test the beginnings of a stout mustache. "I've been meaning to take care of that," Avery said. "Don't I like it?" Avery let his head relax into the rubberized flooring. He could feel the dull hum of the propulsion pod's Shaw Fujikawa drive. It was idling now, coasting through the slip-space stream. Usually, this would be the time Avery's mind veered into familiar ruts. The dread period of second-guessing that always followed a mission. But now, he found it impossible to focus on the past. The Civil War that had sapped so much of humanity's spirit was now irrelevant, replaced by an external threat of unimaginable proportions. But this, Jillian rubbed a fingertip against Avery's newly furrowed brow, not as much. "Oh, I'll take care of that." Avery rose at the waist and eased Jillian back onto her shoulders. He cradled her head in one hand and steadied her hips with another. Eyes locked, and they began again. This time, Avery set the pace, buried his fingers deep in her unwashed hair. He let her neck slide freely against his palm, but he would not release her hips, and soon Jillian's face flushed and her eyes shut with a pained smile. Avery would remember long after he had forgotten the worst of his failures. Their exertions had warmed the floor, and though they knew the heat wouldn't last, neither was eager to move. When they did eventually come apart and rolled onto their sides, Jillian slid back into a bend of Avery's waist and grasped a blanket and cast it loosely over them. But the blanket was too short to cover their feet, and Jillian drew hers up to Avery's knees. Then they both stared out of the cabin's thick windows. Blackness pressed in from all sides, but it was the faint streaks of warping starlight that focused Avery's gaze. There was a hope, and there was comfort. And while it was easy to feel a certain manly satisfaction as Jillian twitched in his arms, fighting off exhaustion, this soon gave way to something more satisfying, a renewed sense of purpose. The UNSC didn't know it yet, but all its ships and soldiers were suddenly no better off than Harvest's militia had been. Capable but untested, brave but unaware. Humanity had no idea what it was about to face, and Avery knew it was doomed unless he and countless others rose quickly to the challenge. Jillian shivered. Avery nuzzled his chin behind her ear and exhaled warmly against her neck, in through the nose and out through the mouth until her shoulders stopped shaking. "Don't let me sleep too long," she said softly. "No, ma'am. Johnson, as long as this lasts." Jillian grabbed his hand and wrapped it tight across her chest. "At ease. In the few hours, Avery would rise and dress. In a few months, he would be back in action. But in the dark years of the war to come, he would often think of this moment, light a cigar and smile, for now Avery knew he had changed course, and at last felt proud to be the soldier so many would need him to be." That's it. Again, at the end, there is a couple of pages of reports that you can read, which I never read. I leave those for you guys. Hold on a second. That wasn't very kind to my book. Next time, it may be the day after Christmas, and it may be the week after, but we've got the protocol, the Cole Protocol, which is the next book that we're going to read. And here's the bookmark. What's the name of the first Halo book? The first Halo book is the Fall of Reach, and we read that book. As a matter of fact, you can go like this, and you can click on that link, and it'll take you to my YouTube, where you can find the first book, and now all 5 of the books that we've read. The 6th book will be the Cole Protocol. We're just working our way one at a time on Thursdays through all the Halo books together, because I've never read them before. As big of a Halo head, as big as a lore person as I am, I've just never had the chance. And so my buddy Installation 00 here has sort of been leading us on a journey, and through his lore, and we're through his lore videos and all the Halo we get to talk about, and we've been able to do this. So hello Natasha, I'm sorry that I made you wait so long to get your questions answered, but we never talk to people when we're reading, mostly because we're reading. We don't want to take that away from people when they listen to it later. So to get back to everybody, Shelly, if you're back, I'm excited that your mouse is ready to play some Halo, and I'm excited to have you on board. Copenhagen, thank you for the 13-month streak with the Tier 1 sub. Voice of an Angel, I doubt, but thank you. Sweet Williams, yes, I'm still waiting for mine to show up. Hopefully it gets here today or before Christmas. I'd really like to enjoy it. Watching the stream from on top of a rail car while unloading it, that is cool. Captain Ponder's death, man, bummer. Like, knew he was gonna die. Pretty nice to have a cigar in his mouth anyway. Once again, still waiting on mine to arrive. So it doesn't say you're Maccabeus. You're Maccabeus. So Installation 00 a couple of weeks ago put that in the channel when I was reading, and I kind of giggled a little bit. It doesn't say in the book. It doesn't like show you how to pronounce it. So the way that I read it was Maccabeus. Like, it could be Mac-a-beus or Mac-a-beus. It could be, but I just figured it was Maccabeus. Anyway, let's see. Tartarus and his uncle. Yeah, that's interesting how Tartarus is there and he gets all shot up and then goes on to do what he does. So I mean, that's interesting. Rednecks of the Covenant, love what you're doing here. This is awesome. Thank you. It is awesome. I appreciate the first time chat. Shred. We love it. We're doing it because it's fun and people enjoy it. And I enjoy it too. Love the Huragok. So brilliant, so naive. Velcro, still around 500 years in the future. That's true. Tartar sauce by his name. Yep. 30 people watching, enjoying story time. Well, Jesus, we had 30 people watching story time. That is awesome. Thank you for stopping by and being part of the story, you guys. All of you. Copenhagen for the 5-tier 1 sub gifts. Again, helping me. We're at 80. We're at 88. 88? Nikki for 5 more, starting the hype train. 10 folks gifted subs. Choo choo. Yeah, okay, goddamn. The Kraken. Yep, I think 30 people are still watching. Installation 00 with 20 more subs this month gifted. Like, Jesus Christ. Wow. And the bits. And the bits. Let's see. Zero on here, breaking hearts. Doing Lord's Work, indeed. Making me cry. You know what made me cry was Sif dying. I did not expect that. Like, we had to already experience her loss, and then to get her back for a minute, and then to be just dead. You know, AIs have feelings too. Zero, want to pay for my trip to London? I also have the same question. That book, Johnny boy. Embrace yourselves. Women approving facial hair. Women love facial hair. Truth. Hello at JS Lund. Hi again. Also after they got married. Very good, John. You're getting tons better at reading out loud too. I'm really happy that you guys think so. Which reminds me, I'm in the process of editing the reading videos. Oh my god, no way. You haven't started doing that, have you? Thank you. I didn't start the hype train today, but I did fuel it. Krampus, thank you. And add installation 00, no kidding. Did Lena come in? Did you get to hear the end of the book, Lena? Seeing you on here? It was terrible. Did you see my reaction? Like, I was told that it was going to be this horrible thing, and then instead it was even more horrible than I was told it was. Like, good lord, I was ready to buckle down and have some romance. That was like... I've had better dreams when the blonde tells me that my alarm is going off and I'm not going to get any today. I'm just saying. That was terrible. Jalapeno. I don't even think that was jalapeno. That was like banana pepper at best. Good lord. Here's what I'm going to do. We got a hero grind to finish. We're at 45,000 experience. I'm sorry that I didn't get to play Halo with you guys yesterday because my power went out and that super sucked, so I wanted to read. We read for almost 3 hours today. That is a long-ass time. It's the longest I've ever read. We're going to switch gears. We're going to play some Halo. We're going to jump into Discord. We're going to make hero. If not today, we're going to make it tomorrow. Don't forget, please, everyone, I have an event coming on Saturday that I want you to be part of. Boom, there it is. Ho Ho Halo. Starts noon Pacific. We're going to stream as late as we want. It's going to sort of be like an all-day event. It's going to be awesome. You got to remember it was written with an average Halo fan. You can ask my wife. I don't think that she thinks that I'm the most romantic guy on the planet. I could have written a better interaction than that. I'm just saying, anybody who's read the great periodicals of the before time, you know, the ones that would come in the mail with black sleeves so nobody could judge you for what you bought, even though we all knew what was inside. There were articles in there, and there were like masters of media who would like show you the pictures and then write these great pieces to accompany the picture about things like, you know, Madison is 5'8" and likes to walk on the beach. She enjoys driving her Bronco and surfing on. I'm just saying that there are way better things that could have been written than that. I'm glad it was in the epilogue so that some people can choose to maybe not read it. I feel like somebody should go back and rewrite that in some better version of fan fiction than mine, and just don't ask me to read it, okay? But I think it could have been better. That's what I'm saying. Give me a minute. I'm going to go reboot my coffee. I'm going to fire up the Halo. Again, thank you so much to Ambient Wonders for being in the back. Had I known that it was... Well, I'm glad it wasn't better than it was. The unfortunate scene that we just listened to. Because if it was better... I mean, Johnson has a mustache. I mean, you know, there could have been... I can't talk about this on the Awesome. There are children that watch. Although, all of the soap opera moms that stop by, if you want to hear it, you can tell me in the chat while I go and... No, fuck Ambient Wonders. Oh my god. I was gonna say, I would have put like, you know, some jazz, some like funk or some smooth jazz behind it had it been a better, you know, had it been better. That's what I'm gonna say. Listen to the Halo boot up. Watch the chair. I'll be right back. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, all of the things. Oh, it's so good. Oh, gotta put you back where you belong, too. Gotta get you ready. This is why I need a better camera. Boom. Alright, we'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. I have returned with a snack. I got one of these things. What do you call this? Okay, what did I miss? It should have been, let's get it on. I would pay to watch that, he says. Oh, merciful. This is only ends a sexy time in the Halo books. Oh, that's good. I want a romance scene with the Elite and Palmer. I'm not surprised that you would say that, Krampus. That's why fan fiction in Halo has such a bad reputation. Flat no for me. Just no aliens and humans copulating. You want a monitor dominating a sentinel. I love that you guys are just having your own conversation today about this. Like, you guys are the best. Seriously. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine. Halo does not feel like the place where you would have, at least to me, Halo does not feel like the place where you would have a ton of, I mean, isn't that what happened when offensive bias, like, beat Mendican bias and, like, put his face in the console and gave him his business, and then sent him to prison for the rest of forever? I'm just saying it could be viewed like that. I gotta get ready to go see the dentist. What? The dentist? Okay, your teeth are important. Go see the dentist. Seriously, this is important. Go see the dentist. But yeah. Oh, it's your dad's birthday. Happy birthday, Jim. He doesn't watch, but if he did, he'd be excited. Thank you. Thank you very much. What's hard? What's hard, Moose? What's hard for me is that I went to refill my coffee cup and there's no coffee. My wife and I drank all of the coffee except for the little bit that's in the bottom of my cup now before the stream even started this morning. And I was like, hey, babe, will you make more coffee? And she was like, I might. I went in, there was none left. Finding a good dentist is hard. Oh, yeah, that's true. I had a really good dentist. The VA would not pay enough money for me to keep her. Her rates went up, and the VA was like, nope. And I haven't seen the dentist since. It makes me the big sad. But it's stuck in that package you're waiting on. I know. Do we have any update on it yet? I was hoping that William would show up. I'm not I haven't been a cigar smoker. I quit smoking way a long time ago. I have a story about the first cigarette I had in 7 years that you could redeem and get some at some point. You have some news for me? Yep. Okay, I'm waiting. Anyway, yeah, I'm just trying to get that. I did, and I smoked a little bit of a cigar with Krampus when he was here, but it's like a special occasion thing. It's not something that I do all the time. But you send me them Sweet William cigars, and they're actually really nice. I enjoy them, and so that's why I can't wait for it to get here. What's the good news, Moose? What's the good news? If we don't find a match soon, I'm going to switch to firefight. I've been advised to avoid any and all lifting for a week or so, which means I can't carry you in Halo or beat you with a hockey stick. If you're not strong enough to pick up a controller to play me, I'm worried that you're not strong enough to beat off. Just saying. Gives you no other excuse than to sit in your chair at the PC and use your tiny little fingers to play Halo and move your arm to use the mouse. Since your controller's sort of broken anyway. And I guess if you really wanted it, you could retrain yourself to play hockey with a keyboard and a mouse. And I'm sure that during the time that you would be learning to do that, you would suck so bad that I would almost assuredly be able to tie that win-loss record and maybe even get ahead of you. So, sounds like good news for me and bad news for you. With all of that, oh, yeah, likely excuse. I mean, the controller still weighs less than 2 pounds. I don't think it's a big deal. Also, you know, if it was that bad, you wouldn't be able to drive. Or you'd be in, like, a sling, or, I mean...
Husky raid.
See this face here? This is the face of, I'm not impressed. I love you, Moose. Hashtag just more time for me to practice. Although I feel like this is just more time for you to go play Helldivers is what this is. This is, I'm sorry I can't lift a controller, but Helldivers is fun. It's Halo, Moose. Halo. It's what it is. Ooh, it's super. One dead. 2 dead. 3 dead. Here's 4 dead. There's 5 dead. So number 6 is dead.
Enemy flag returned.
Oh, goddamn. It's only 6 kills, jeez. I played Helldivers earlier today, that's nice. How'd you do? Ooh, 1 right side. God, I didn't see him until the end. Oh, nice grenade, dude.
Enemy flag returned.
Under the okay. Apparently that was under the shield. Wait a second, so I was hammering and he was hammering and the other guy was hammering and I died and he died. I don't get it. Stupid. Did not let me pick up the hammer. But that's okay, our teammates got it.
Flag returned.
Did he? I hope he died. You can't shoot me point blank in the face and not die. Because I would have died. Oh, fuck. Popping back in the same dad says thank you for the birthday wishes. Nice. That makes me the big happy. That guy got me? Okay. Huh. Alright, have a great day. Be awesome. Hammer behind me. Nice. What are my teammates doing? Are they just sitting? Are they like, we're just gonna wait now?
Enemy captured your flag.
Appear that they're just sitting.
Double kill.
Whoop. That sucked. How did... Alright. I guess that's how that works. Got one. Still one left.
Your flag.
And we're tied. Three left side. Okay, one with a bulldog. Interesting. One shot killed me. Hey, buddy. Just happened to know I was there, huh? Hope they're communicating, because it'd be the only thing that would make sense to me. Oh, wow. That was long range for that hammer.
5 minutes remaining.
I gotta get in the Discord. I'm not in the Discord yet. That's... Too loose. Too weak down low. That's nice. Really? You dropped rockets for a hammer? Well, that's an interesting and wonderfully tasty choice. I don't know how that killed me and how he did not die, but whatever. I'll take it.
Flag returned. Flag
Meh, 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 meh. We are the winners, yeah. Da 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 da. You suck. That was actually kind of funny. Oh god. All right, guys, I'm in the launch bay live on Discord. If you guys are interested in joining, we got about 45 minutes left in the awesome. 42,000 points to go to hero. We're gonna make it. If not today, we'll make it tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, don't forget to come by on Saturday. We're gonna do Ho Ho Halo. We're gonna have open lobbies. We're gonna play Husky Raid. We're probably gonna do some ranked. It's going to be hours and hours of pre-Christmas sleigh and fun. And I can't wait to see you guys there, including you guys over there on the YouTube, which I see you over there watching. I know you guys are typing. You guys are like, I think you're 10, 15, 20, maybe 30 seconds behind. So if you're chatting there and you want me to respond to you, just give me a moment. I saw somebody posted Nunya and sunglasses earlier, and I didn't get a chance. Should I post a Christmas picture on the Ho Ho Halo or on the 24th? That is entirely up to you, Krampus. It is your, it's your rodeo, buddy. I want you to do what you think. You know, I don't get to tell you how to enjoy your Christmas holiday or how you want to share it with other people. That's not what I get to do. I just get to experience it and be part of it. That was a pretty good match, huh? Oh, yeah. And I got your, I did get your message, so thank you for that, Zero, the tracking. I will, I'll check on it right now since I'm sitting here. Oh, really? According to the tracker... All right, so installation 00. It proceeded through the United States Postal Service facility in Los Angeles on December 12th at 8:47 p.m. Currently, according to USPS.com, it says that it is inbound into customs. So according to what they're telling me, it hasn't even cleared customs yet. Still sitting. It's gotta be because of the cigar. Unless there's like some other goodies in there that you packed away and didn't tell me about. You didn't send me a whole helmet, did you? He didn't. Here we go. Because I know I'm going to make it before Christmas to Hero, I'm restricting myself to Husky Raid only until I make it, because I got less than 40,000 left. Unless it gets really bad. If you guys are stopping by for your first time and you like what you see, like, share, subscribe. It really helps us out. last couple of days, we have had a huge surge of people who have conscripted into the Spartan space. We're up to 682 followers. Can you believe it? Like, I feel like it was like maybe just last week that we were just cresting. I want to say we just crested 600, and now we're almost we're 18 follows from 700. Well, that's silly good. It's amazingly good. I love it. Oh, congratulations! You're the threat sensor. God damn it. I should have thrown that grenade a lot sooner. I was thinking about the hammer. I was like, my next play is to kill this asshole and then hammer up. And I fucked up. In the words of the great Oakham, oh, I fucked up. Come on, somebody, give me a... What just happened? Can somebody explain it? Bromo should have been deader than the doorknob.
They have our flag. Take it back.
Come on, boys. Gotta get there. Get there. Yeah, of course not. He hammered first and killed you. Who hammered first and killed me? That guy did. Did I spawn with 2 shotguns? No. Okay. Wall here. Oh, how did... So he stabbed my teammate, and then we, like, collided, and I couldn't get by him, and then he killed me, I guess? No lies. Where are these assholes? Oh, pistol time. Pistol time is like pizza time. That guy pushed me for like... Oh, that was good play, bro. Good play. I can't believe... Well, I can believe that grenade didn't... I didn't throw that grenade well into the hallway. That was my fault. Nadies. We're gonna sit and wait because... Okay, I got 2 out of 3 partners. Here we go. We're gonna push now. 2 out of 3 of us. Okay. Back up. There's one suppressed. Another one. There's another 2. One with rockets, one with a hammer pushing. Fuck bags. God damn it. Okay, let's go. One in the... And flick! Have the PP, you dirty bastard. Crap. That guy just, and his wall is fine, apparently. Okay. Wall here.
They're dead.
Go, 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 boys. I'm dead. 2 shifts left on vacation starts. Nice. Double wall, bitches. Ooh, snipers all up in there. That's awesome. We're down 1.
Exquisite craftsmanship never gets old. The Forerunners.
Fuck. I'm not sure what the strat is at the bottom there. Like, I see guys, like, go in there and survive. I never, ever am able to get in there and not die. Really? Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, get down here. There you go. Wow. I am a shit. I can't believe I didn't. God damn it. I am terrible. Hey, what's up? You got room. I got room to get you in here if you're interested. Did you enjoy the reading? Was that the first time that you've experienced the reading with us? We do that on Thursdays. We're only reading Halo books right now, so you know, it's like that, but God damn it. You know, good. I'm glad you were able to enjoy that. That makes me the big happy. It's Thursdays are my most popular days, I think, right now. Oh, nice shot, dude. That guy didn't even have a chance to hit the ground. I got what, grenaded? Oh, yeah, grenaded. Interesting. I'm down for firefight. You know, if you want to play some firefight, I could play some firefight with you. Don the chest and the helmet for a match, yes, sir. Right after this one. Yeah, I'll play a match of firefight if you want it. I kind of told everybody that I was gonna... Fuck! I kind of told everybody that I was gonna fuck, apparently. No, I told everybody that I was gonna play Husky Raid to Hero because I've been playing so much firefight and I've got such a little distance to go. But I'll play firefight with you. I don't mind. We're tied 1-1. We're all nutted up right now. One left side move. One left side move and one fucking hammer bot. God damn it. Ah. Please spawn me with something good. Dumbass. Dumbass. Wow. Got one, but not the other. I got a present for you. There's a double kill. What? Here's a double kill. There, they're all dead. Go, boys. How did... Okay. I guess.
We've lost a teammate.
Come on, somebody's gotta have a...
Deputy Doodah.
Somebody does have a... Oh, that guy's dead. That guy's dead. That guy's dead. That guy's dead. I'm dead. You didn't do the Discord's announcement by... Yeah, I did. I announced that I was gonna... I announced that I was on the Discord. That I was playing.
We've lost a teammate.
Didn't I make an announcement today that I was streaming? Pretty sure I did. I'm staring at it right now. I 100% added everybody. Aw, motherfucker. I had that guy. I had him. It's terrible. I shot like dog water simulator. Fuck. Aha. God damn it. You better take that flag now, boy. There it is. Get him. 34. Whew. Welcome to the chat, Krampus. How you doing, buddy?
I'm tired.
Oh, I believe that. Do what announcement, Ben? I'm pretty sure I put out an announcement today. Am I going nuts? You got the announcement that I was streaming today, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know what the hell Ben is talking about. Unless that's from yesterday where he added me. You getting in here, Shelly? And you're in the Discord, right? And that's my username, so send me the friends request and I will add you. I'll stand here and wait. Couch in the VC. Where you are. Yep, that's correct. Right into the Twitch bay. Correct. The launch bay. Just think about it like a spaceship. We're in ops right now. We're doing the thing. 27 viewers. Hey guys, thank you. For the second time today, you guys have put me up at around 30. Amazing. Like, share, subscribe, stick around, get a sub, join the Discord. Hey, welcome. Shelly, how you doing? Can't hear him. Invite to join. I sent you an invite. Are you a console person or a PC person? Can't hear you. See your mic making noise? Don't hear you. Ooh, nice. I see you, Mr. Krampus. The Cramp
Only one game.
The Cramp High. Okay. Did you see those two matches? Those two warm-up matches I had? Like almost, I think I had 30 kills almost in both of them. Just went straight to the Husky raid. Yeah, I see your green box alive, like you're talking to us, but I hear nothing. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I heard something right there. I heard the click of the microphone.
working now?
There you are. I hear you now. Go ahead, talk. We heard you.
Anyways, let me just...
There you
if
are.
I can...
Welcome. We hear you.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
You a PC or Xbox player?
Yeah, I'm on PC. I'm gonna...
I sent you an invite through Discord. So you should just be able to click on it and come straight to us.
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah. Give me 1 second. Oh, and welcome to the awesome, man. You're live. Everybody can hear you, so say hi. If you
Nice.
like.
Sup? I don't know if anyone's watching the stream.
You are live to 32 people right now.
Oh, damn.
That's right.
That's that's quite a few. Anyways, while I'm loading in, I'm gonna set up my music in the background.
Here we go. Firefight it is. And welcome.
Yeah, can you just make it regular firefight?
Ooh, regular firefight. Yeah, you don't want to play with the
Huh?
just the grunts.
Yeah, the Grandpocalypse is like really boring.
Hmm.
When you are like... It like, you just don't get to experiment a lot with playstyles because anything up close is way too risky because they can just explode in your face. And
Sure.
anything that focuses on distant like combat is kind of inefficient because there's just too many of them.
Yeah, for me, it's just been about grinding the score out as fast as possible, so... Trying to be a hero. We're gonna get there. Speaking of Halo, how did you get your Halo? Tell us about how you got your Halo start. Like, when did you fall in love with Halo for the first time?
Really?
I think when I played it first, because the first time can you hear me? Or
Yeah,
is it
yeah, we can
bugged
hear.
again?
No, we can hear you. Which game?
Okay.
Which game?
I guess Reach technically.
Reach. Okay. And you didn't know
Because
Halo
like
before that?
I mean, even before I played Halo for the first time, it was like I have like heard of it because I was like big into like FPS history in general. But Halo is something I always like heard about, but never could play because it wasn't on PC.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like it, so he refunded it and gifted it to me.
I got
So my first Halo playthrough was the Reach campaign
Okay.
on like a solid 15 FPS
Okay.
on an, but yeah,
Oh, hey Moose. By the
it was
way,
like
thanks for the resub.
horrible.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, it was like horrible performance-wise, but yeah, I just really like the game.
Okay.
I like the...
Yeah.
I just like the PvE. I think the general sandbox and the way the enemies interact and
Okay.
like target prioritization, I think it is a lot more fun than the regular multiplayer.
Firefight.
All right. Nice.
Yeah. That's why I stick to Firefight and that.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm in general not a big multiplayer person unless it's co-op.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I like my story-heavy games.
I better see armor on or refunded. Oh, fuck! Krampus, son of a bitch! Yeah, I'm gonna play another
I'm
one
not
for you.
one.
Know the deal.
Hmm?
They can hold the hill.
I ain't one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hill in
No, not you. I forgot. You're right. In the struggle to get, I will get that on for you, and play a match.
Okay, I have the piss beam.
I'm so used to. I was playing Grunt Pock because it's the quickest way to make the experience. So.
Yep. I don't really care about grinding too much. I mean, I used to hunt achievements back on MCC when I had a friend group for that. But yeah, don't do this anymore.
Right.
I even did a decent bit of last. So I beat Truth and Reconciliation on Lasso with a friend.
Nice.
Which is not an easy mission. Especially like, I think Sea Lasso is probably one of the hardest missions. I mean, not missions, lassos. Other than like Halo 2, of course, because the ammo economy is really bad with the... I don't know what the skull is called, but it's the one that makes you use 2 bullets per each shot. And also all the grunts exploding makes... it's like...
Yeah. If you
really
hack
anything.
this side, it'll bring down the brutes.
Yeah.
I got some Marines force.
Oh, nice. Hammer guy's dead. Hammer might be worth keeping in this mode. I'm on the way. You in the hill? I'm on the way.
For the rocket launcher.
Oh, I also like.
Yes.
I also like the rocket launcher, but in this mode, the hammer may not be terrible because it's not grunts charging you. So.
Yeah.
And I've got the flex fire pistol.
You mean the sniper?
Yeah.
Flex fire the sniper.
Yeah, no, it's a pistol. It's in my hand. It's in my hand. You see it? It's a one-of-a-kind gun. Yeah, you can get it on the map. So it's a 10-round sidekick that shoots sniper rounds.
Behind us.
Love it so much. This pistol is so goddamn good. I wish that the firing rate was a touch up. Was just a touch up. Like, it could be a hair faster, and it would not be bad. I'm down. It would be a hair faster, and it would not be bad.
Don't worry. Whoops. This is probably good. This is the first time I'm playing with third person. It's weird.
Nice job, Krampus, with that. What was in that cavern? Was there a rocket launcher in there?
No. Oh, do you mean the one I went to over there?
Yeah, the one we hacked first.
There wasn't anything
Nothing.
but swords and the Ravager.
Okay. Oh wow, that was stupid. Did you guys catch that? That guy was only in the periphery of the big circle, and I snapshot him. That was weird. That was really weird. That's a side effect of this pistol that I think is not intended. There's a double kill. That's good too. Feels bad, man. Okay, watch this. Pistol is stupid good. God damn, his pistol is stupid good. Especially for this mode. It's definitely a better... This pistol is definitely better in this mode than it is in Grumpocalypse. Because in Grumpocalypse, it's just like...
Guns are too squishy to like try using any slow firing precision weapons on them.
I mean, but it's... Are you down? Oh, okay.
No, Hunter is down.
Hunter is down. Gotcha. Hey, Oakham. I was gonna say I don't think that it's it's weird. I wish that the firing rate was just a touch faster, but it's sort of OP because it's 100% shoot from the hip sniper rifle. It's got such a short, because the barrel is short, it feels like it moves faster. I don't know if that's actually a thing in Halo. I feel like it is, but I always get the perception when I play that the longer the gun is, the longer it takes to turn left, right. But I just noticed something with this gun that in this match that I don't know if it's lazy or if it's by design. I can't tell you what it is, but it's interesting to me. I'll show you guys in a second. If there's a rocket launcher in here, I want it. If it's not, you guys can have whatever you want. I don't want any of this crap, except this MA5K. There'll be a shitty backup later. So watch this, Oakham. If you're watching, all I gotta do is put this reticle on a guy. And it'll just kill him. Sometimes. Dude, I love how fast the melee is with this too. It is stupid quick.
He's down. Done.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the randomly is getting in.
Oh, did you see that? Like I literally was I did not have that guy in the mini crosshair at all. And it was like the bullet just curved into him.
But yeah. Fuck.
Sometimes. The reticle angle is inherited from the flex fire, which is very large. As long as you have a red reticle, the bullet will steer towards the closest enemy. Wow. I had no idea. I just noticed that today and was like, what the hell? It's like, I'm like Angelina Jolie in that movie. Just curving the bullets and shit. Oh, I love it. You see me? I just punched that guy so hard in the jaw that he died. Huh. Kilimanjaro with a pistol. Feels bad, man. Best gun. This is probably the best pistol in the game. They said I wish you'd fire just a little bit faster. Kind of reminds me of a 50 Deagle right now. A Desert Eagle and 50. Like,
Action Express Deagle.
I wish that you could shoot it faster. I am not capable of shooting it any faster than it shoots. 100% not. That thing kicks like... It's got a lot of recoil in it when you shoot it. And I am not a big guy.
Did you hear?
Did you just say skill issue? But yeah, I just wish this would shoot a little bit faster for a... So, so I guess, Oakham, I guess that then the technical question would be... And you're not a gunsmith, so I don't expect you to know. Maybe Installation 00 would know. With the lore being what it is, if they created a sidekick that had the same projectile and the same projectile properties of the flex-fire sniper rifle, then, would the sidekick shoot the flex-fire sniper rifle projectile, or would the projectile from the sidekick still be 10mm? Because the sidekick as it sits is 10mm. Would it be possible to put the projectile from the... If you put the projectile in a different casing, would it be possible to take the flex fire ammo...
Oh fuck,
and
SRM.
put it in a different case?
Help, help, John.
I hear you. I'm on the way. Don't forget to take out his douchebags. Hey, remember, he's blinking. His shield has to come up before we can do the damage back to him to take it back down. Save the rockets. Save the rockets for when his shield is down. Okay, hit him now. His shield's gonna come back up. Wait. Save the rockets for the shield now. Go, hit him now. Oh, he's on hammer time. Just kill him. Bam. There it goes. Nice job, guys. Nice job. 6,100 points. Nice job, Krampus.
Jesus.
Destroy his shield with things like plasma items. Okay. Save the rockets when you... Yeah, I guess you're not wrong. Unlimited ammo. Sorry, I'm just thinking about if I didn't have unlimited ammo. Sorry, I'm always thinking about Husky Raid.
Okay, it seems I have a very long delay on Discord.
Oh no.
Yep.
Well, that's not good. You getting in here, Oakham? Oh.
Okay. Hope this fixes it.
There he is. Hey, Oakham. Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, no, there was just like a very big delay. Something was lagging with Discord. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's because we're over.
Hey,
So that's probably
Oakham,
making it
why does
pretty long delay.
why does the action feel shorter?
The action?
Yes.
What do you mean?
So, like, when I'm holding a sniper rifle, the reticle is in the same place on the screen, right? But it seems like when you scroll across, when you rotate around, like in your chair, it takes a long time with a longer gun. With the sidekick, even though it's got that giant reticle, it feels like you can just flick the reticle back and forth like this, way faster. Does that make sense?
It may be your reticle slows down if you're going over enemies and stuff, because that's like one of the things Bungie did to like give you sort of aim assist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how to comment since I haven't seen that because I'm on mouse and key. But the
It's aim
reticle
assist
turning red
most likely.
is a possibility that's happening there, where the aim magnetism is toggling on because it's so abundant with that pistol snipe.
Okay.
So it can slow down your reticle, but I don't know what do you mean by
It's probably
it's
slow
being
down on
quicker.
purpose to like make aiming easier. That's it.
So it's like, I can, and thanks for hanging out, Krampus. Have a great one. 3 of us. Okay, I'll play another firefight. I'll try to show you, like, what I'm talking about. If I get a long gun versus a short gun, and how, and like I said, this could just be me, but it feels, because the short gun is compact, that it has a faster movement around you than a
I mean, it's not
longer
really a
gun.
movement. It's most likely a sensitivity setting that was changed between weapons depending on the range they're supposed to be used. So, like for longer range weapons, it slows down so you can aim more precisely, and for close range weapons, it's faster so you can turn quickly when like an enemy passes you by.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, I know that you probably don't experience it at all, Oakham, because you're mouse and keyboard, and we're loading. I'm helmeting. Ooh.
Firefight.
Ooh. Yes. Okay, I'm back. Here you go, Krampus. I owed this for you. You get it, the last match of the day. Ooh. So anyway, you were, I will try to show you, Oakham, what I was talking about.
Alright.
Time to be king of the hill. Set, start. Hill incoming.
I thought you turned off Grunt Apocalypse.
No, I left it in the, I added the other one and left it in the rotation. Yeah, I didn't take it all the way off, I just added everything else. And I'll try to remember to take it out next time for you, because it's not your favorite.
I only play like regular, like first person, non-fiesta firefight with all the enemies.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because like everything else just kind of dumps down the gameplay and like makes it a bit boring. Which I guess it's good if you're like grinding XP or just playing to like have something to do with your hands. But I play Halo for like the sandbox and stuff.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, I started playing Grunt Apocalypse because I wanted to hit Hero before Christmas. And once they took away Survive the Undead, that was the most this particular mode in this particular flavor is the most experience versus time investment. So it's literally mathematically, if you stay in the hill, even if you only get 70 kills, you can score 5,000 points on average in every match. So it became literally for every 12 minutes, you score 5,000 points. You can pack 6 12s in an hour. So, you know, it's approximately 30,000 points on an average day. And so that's why we started playing it this way. And then obviously Fiesta is the better mode because you get the unlimited ammo.
John, what will you do when you hit hero?
When I hit hero, we're gonna play a lot of Husky Raid because this is my favorite mode. And then I've promised people like Moss Actual that we'll play some. We'll start getting into some ranked. We'll chase the ranked structure a little bit and play some Halo that way. We're gonna play more of the campaigns. I've played through all the campaigns, but I've never shared them with people through like the stream. So I want to play some campaigns. I'll probably make a day for that. Crafting is coming back because we're into the winter. Go ahead.
I just said I'm down for campaign co-op if you want. On
yeah.
MCC.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll have it all. We'll have it all scheduled. We're kind of letting the community guide that. Thursdays we'll continue to be reading until we finish all of the Halo books, and then, we might read other books after that if people are excited. It sounded like a couple of the girls in the chat today, including my wife, think it would be hilarious if I read something that was spicy flavored. I'm not sure if I'm ready to do that, but it sounded like Installation 00 might have been excited about that as well. We'll see.
It's something like
00
a
is a
visual
girl.
novel, or
No, I didn't say he was a girl. I said that he seemed excited about it as well. I was done talking about the girls, and I was just lumping him in. He was like the Pied Piper of the shenanigans today. I don't know if you're paying attention. But, like I said, there's, and I want Flight Simulator content to come back. I haven't said anything to anybody about it. I have to actually take a day and contact my school. But I have decided that I'm gonna go back to school and finish my doctorate in aviation. I'm gonna go and do it. I'm gonna finish it. I had
Having a hard time hearing you.
Having a hard time hearing me.
Yeah, I think it's the helmet.
Is that better? I just turned myself up.
I'll just bump up your voice for now.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just turned up the microphone so you guys could hear it. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Anyway, so I was just saying that I have decided that I'm going to get a hold of my school, my old school, my college that I graduated from, Liberty University. They had offered me the opportunity to go back and do their doctorate program in aviation, so I am going to... I've decided I'm going to go take advantage of that. I'm going to go work hard, go back to school. I'm going to do... it's going to take me, I think it's 3 years to finish the program, and it'll be really cool. Then I'll be Dr. John of aviation. It'll be pretty cool. So I want to bring the flight simulator back, and I also want to continue to strive. We want to build our own airplane. We've got some things we've been talking about for a really long time. I've been hesitant to say anything to the awesome about it because, I dream big, and that's good. You should always dream big. But, sometimes you have to be realistic with your dreams too. So, you don't always share them with people until you're ready. I think that we're going to go a lot of great places with this, with the awesome, and we're already making so many great friends, and we've had such a great opportunity to collaborate with people, and I mean, shit, we're at 682 followers today. Like, this is just amazing. Like I said, we're it's slow, but it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
One thing weird about your stream is that you always seem to have quite a bit of viewers, but then it's only a few people chatting. But I still think those are genuine viewers.
I think a lot of people tune in from work. Some people tune in and they're I think that Lee is probably one of those guys. He's an IT guy. He's probably watching on his phone or whatever, and just unable to chat. I know my wife, she chatted today, but a lot of times if she watches, she's just working. So I do know that I think a lot of people who come in here, they're like, hey, I think that you have a pretty good voice. We like to listen to you. You know, as long as you keep people engaged, I think. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I know I lurk on a lot of streamers too. Like I will just go, and very few streamers that I watch, I will actually talk like in their chat either. I will mostly just watch them. So maybe maybe that's it. And you know, who knows? I don't know what my kids are like when they watch a
I
streamer.
really watch Twitch as a way to make friends.
What I like about your stream is that you play with people from the community. The larger streamers who are doing Halo, I like never see them playing with people constantly. They're always like the stream is about them, the singular person, and the community is there chatting in the chat, and they're interacting with them that way. But they're never like talking with the people in a VC or actively gathering a community
Most people
of
streaming
people
Halo
who
these days are like just sweating ranked, right?
Well,
not the streamers that I follow, but they like do have a Discord community, the other streamers, but they're only for text chat.
right.
Like they don't actively join a VC when they start streaming and then invite people to join. They might invite the people to join their game, like an open BTB lobby, but they're still just talking by themselves to the chat.
Right.
But you here, you're like wanting people to join the awesome and talk with you.
Well, it's like I said before. It's literally about community. You know, I knew that I needed something more long before the pandemic happened. For me, being out of the military, you know, that trauma bond, you lose your family. You know, those people are your family. So it's a very interesting. I think it's this side is the end. It's gonna be here. I feel like. Oh, I was wrong. It's gonna be over there. Anyway, you lose those people. You know, you hang out with those people in the military. For me, I hung out with those brothers and sisters of mine who, you know, we went on deployment together. We made our own Thanksgivings and Christmases because we couldn't go home to see our families. You know, we became families. And when you come home, you trade your family that you sort of choose. You don't choose them all. Obviously, the military sends you where they're going to send you. But you sort of do choose. You know, you from all of those people, you pick the ones that are your favorite, the ones that I'm down. You pick those people and you talk to them, you talk with them, and you bring them home, and it's an important deal, right? And then, uh-oh, Shelly's down. Hold on, Shelly, we're coming to get you. Just getting my...
He's getting him remotely.
Getting my guns.
This guy revived him with the repair field. He's a genius.
Oh, nice. Oh, Oakham, that reminds me. I gotta remind me about this thought so I can finish my first story. But anyway, you make your family. You know, in the military, you're forced, and then you kind of make your family. You know, you find the ones that are the best based on the times that you're having, and you stick with those dudes. You know, you fly with a flight crew, the same flight crew for your whole life, and you trust each other with your lives. It's a big deal. Why was that important? We were talking about something. I can't remember what it was. I got sidetracked with the goddamn repair field.
It was your family, military becoming your family.
Yeah. Well, then
the
one
community Discord.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So then one day
as a replacement.
one day you lose those people. You come home and those people don't get to go home with you. They don't. You don't get to take them with you. And so, So what happens is that because you don't get to take them with you, you miss them. They don't. Hold on a second. Oh, actually, hold on one more second. Really, Armor? About damn near impossible to get your Santa hat on when you're in the armor. Okay, here we go. So anyways, what I was saying was that, come on. Here we go. Very festive. The Discord is sort of like... The Discord is sort of like the replacement to that, right? It's a community that we're making together. Like, I literally can't do it without you guys. And I tell you guys that every day because it's the truth, right? It is. It's the truth. Hold on, let me do this, and we'll come back to that thought for a second. Guys, we're less than 30,000 from Hero. That's
Oh shit.
We're gonna finish that tomorrow.
That's like 6 firefight games.
Yeah, we're gonna finish that tomorrow live on the Awesome. We're gonna make it well before Christmas. That has taken a lot.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's taken a lot of me grinding hours and hours alone in the Spartan space, which comes back to the original thought. Community, right? Every single person that watches, whether you chat in the box or not, whether you join the Discord or not, you're becoming part of a community of people who like to cosplay, who love Halo, who a group of people who have so many varying different opinions, right? But we all come together united to be a community of gamers who care about each other, who are there to listen, who are there to play with you, who help you with things like forging, who answer your questions about lore. You know, the reason why I call this the Awesome is one of my friends... God, I'm gonna get all emotional. One of my friends, who subscribes, him and his wife, we lived in a house together in Hawaii. He's one of the few that we lived with. We all served in the service, and we rented this house together. And we fought. Him and I were awesome. His wife and I, we... boy, we could not get along at all when we were younger. They support this place, and he said that it's awesome because I'm awesome, and we kind of took that and tried to really pass that on with everyone else, because every person has this thing that they're awesome at or they're awesome because of, and we just want you to be able to be that, and you can be. And we just try to give that place to you guys, and that's what this is. So the Awesome is awesome because of everyone. It's not just me. It's every person that tunes in and has the capacity to watch, or has the capacity to chat, or has the capacity to get on the Discord and participate in gaming with us. And the best part about it is, again, you get unfettered access to Spartan John and any of these people if you come and join the Discord. You literally just get to exist. Like, we don't ask you for anything. You just come and join. Just play Halo with us. Forge a map or whatever. I love it. That's why, if I didn't have this place, Oakham, I wouldn't have you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's kind of like that.
That is true.
It's kind of like that, right? That's what it's about. It's I'm not going to lie to you, it's for me. It's 100% for me, because I need people. I need to have good people in my life so I can be good. It's hard to be good alone. And I recognize that. So don't ever think that it's not a selfish reason for me, because it 100% is. But again, if the whole community benefits, right? The thought I wanted to come back to, Oakham, was before we end the awesome for today, was that I tested your infinite healing glitch on several maps live on the awesome, and in every iteration it works. In every map it works. The same glitch. It's not just launch site. If you what's the one on the floating desert island with the 2 bases and the 2 columns, the 2 pillars with the turrets? I can't.
No clue.
I can't remember.
Big team or 4v4 map.
It's on 4v4. You could play it. You play it on. I play it on Firefight a lot. You'd play it on Fiesta a lot. It's got vehicles. It's
Let me
like
see the map list.
it's like a
Desert map, you're saying?
It's like desert, and it's floating above the ground, and there's like a big like Forerunner ring around it. Yeah. When you fall off the map, you fall a long time, right? And it's got
Floating above the-
it's got a base on one side that's Forerunner that's exactly like the base on the other side that's Forerunner, and then on either side of the base is a pier, is a thing that jets up and shoots the light. It's a Forerunner structure, and it's got a turret in it.
Fragmentation, the one that has the pistol snipe.
No, it's not. No. It's not that one. I'll look. Damn it. I'll look. Let me see if I can find it.
Maybe Gyre Fight, the one that has
No,
the sandwich that you haven't found.
It's definitely. I haven't. Yep, I still haven't found the sandwich on Gyre Fight, but that's definitely not it. Let's see here. Map list. Nope. Nope. Behemoth, maybe? Behemoth. It's Behemoth. Behemoth.
Oh, you think it's floating, but it's actually just a tall pillar that the whole map is on.
Oh, well, okay. I assumed it was floating. Anyway, Behemoth works on Behemoth. It works on works on Breaker, which has a repair field. Launch site. I haven't tried it anywhere else because I hadn't thought about it. But those are it works in all the places I've tried it. And I've shown it live on the Awesome, so I don't know if you knew about that, but you probably did, and I'm just telling you already information, but I thought it was important.
But are you gaining anything from it? Because the last time I used it on launch side, I didn't really gain anything from using the glitch.
Well, on Behemoth, I think it's very valuable because the Warthog is not strong. So you could continue to put it on the Warthog, and the Warthog will just continue to go, the turret. So, in a 4-stack, if you're trying to, like, get one person, like, the maximum amount of points, and you're coordinated, you could put somebody on the turret, and they could probably carry the heal on them if they knew the thing. And they could just, you just keep healing. Or if your guys go down, you could throw the heal out and heal them. So I think it's map dependent. Hey Ian, I think it's map dependent. The use. It's definitely something that could be exploited, but it's not. I don't think it's game breaking. I just thought it was interesting that you could do it, and I wanted to tell you because I didn't know if you knew. I don't know.
I assumed that it would work on every map since it's a mode logic that causes the glitch.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. I was just like, oh hey, I'm playing all of this firefight, grinding out this hero by myself. You know, because it's like time at night when Mike's not around or Ian's not around or you're not around, so I'm just playing it alone in the Discord. And so I was like, he would probably like to know this. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, Ian asked me. It's not really a glitch. It has to do with the infinite healing in Firefight. You can get the drop repair field infinite times if you know how to do it. I'll tell you more later, or you could just reverse the VOD and maybe I said how to do it. Maybe. Anyway, wow, look at me learning new words. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. We finished Contact Harvest today. Sex scene and all. And
Wait, there's sex in the Halo books?
Just one book. You're gonna have to go listen to this VOD so you can hear how terrible it was. Or you can go and check the epilogue of the book yourself.
I need to read it.
Yep, there you go.
Cheeks.
In any case, no, it wasn't even the Master Cheeks. It was Johnson. Avery Johnson with his Johnson. I'll let you figure that out all by yourself. Anyway, next Thursday's the Cole Protocol after Christmas. So we're going to have a lot to talk about. I don't even know if we'll get to game on that day. We're going to try, but we'll see. It's the day after Christmas. We'll figure it out. I hope that you and yours have the greatest weekend to come up. I will be back here tomorrow at about 10 Pacific time. We're going to finish the hero grind. And then don't forget to come and catch us on Saturday, noon Pacific, for Ho Halo. Like, it's going to be absolutely fucking great. We're going to, you're going to see me with this hat. I have other Santa hats for the Spartan helmets. So when we're streaming, you can request a helmet, and it'll have it'll be a Spartan helmet with a Santa hat on it. I really wanted to make it as festive as possible for the whole thing. It's a Saturday. I don't stream on a Saturday, and I don't stream on the evening very much. So it's going to be afternoon and into the evening. Who knows how long it's going to go. Okay, but come and see us on Saturday if you have the time. I understand your weekends are your weekends. And I just appreciate you for being awesome with me. Oh, don't forget all of the soap opera moms that don't chat here. That's probably who it is, Oakham. It's those soap opera moms. They're like cleaning, and they've just got the phone set up over on like the counter, and their headphones are on, and they're like beep-bopping around the house listening to us. So it could be them. That might be why they don't chat. Anyway, hey guys, it's the end of the day. Thank you for being awesome with me. 683 followers today. We're on our way to 700. We got 17 more to go. 88 subscribers. This is more subscribers in a single month than I have ever had in the history of the awesome. Oh my god. Thank you to Installation00 for dropping all of the gifted subs. Like, dude, you have like the most out of anyone. I don't know what I'm going to do for you, but it'll have to be something. Don't forget, if we get 1,000 followers or 100 subscribers, or if somebody donates $100, I will armor up for a whole entire stream. A whole one. I'll just sit here in the armor for the whole damn thing. There's the Ho Halo. Anyway, guys, thanks for being awesome with us. I see you over there, YouTubers, all 15 of you that stopped by today. Thank you. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for everything. And we'll see you again soon, guys. It's been awesome. For Oakham, for Ian, for everybody, Moose, everybody who stopped by in the chat, Installation00. Hey, buddy. And thanks again for playing with us for the first time today, Shelly. We appreciate you.
No problem.
Hey, guys.
See ya.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
See you.
Hey, see ya, Oakham. Hey, guys.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, sweet. Hey, guys. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you tomorrow about 10 o'clock here in the Spartan Space, which is also the Discord. Go get it. Go join it. Where are you? Anyway.
I've been there.
He's here. All right, guys. Happy holidays. If we don't see you again, Merry Christmas. Tell your friends and stay awesome. See you tomorrow about 10. Bye-bye now.
See ya.